Chapter 14-17. This earth-shattering explosion caused the battlefield to fall into an unprecedented silence. No matter if it was friend or foe, everyone's head was buzzing from this sudden explosion. Many of the weaker cultivators fainted from the shock and fell from the clouds. The higher-ups of the astral souls all turned their heads to look at this side. They were all stunned and could not believe it. That was the heavenly king of the right self-destructed. It was so sudden. After a pause, after a few seconds of shock, everyone finally digested this news in their minds. A great sorrow suddenly surged into their hearts. Tears welled up in everyone's eyes at the same time. Nan Jingqian and Dongfang Jingyang let out a sorrowful cry. Heavenly King. Yu Xingqian's body, which was as majestic as a mountain, shook violently. His old face suddenly turned deathly pale. Lei Changtian held Yu Xingqian in time with tears in his eyes. However, he did not know what to say to comfort this father who had just lost his beloved son. After racking his brains for a long time, he only shouted, "Old Yu." At this moment, even the words "my condolences" seemed so weak. It was so weak that he did not want to say it. Yu Xingqian closed his eyes. After a long time, he finally murmured, "This child. This child." In the end, he still did not get over it. He tried his best to control his emotions, but his voice couldn't stop trembling. He took a deep breath and finally opened his eyes. He patted Lei Changtian's hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He took a deep breath and exhaled deeply. Tears gathered in his eyes, but he forced them back. However, they immediately rushed out. He did not want to let his tears fall, but he could not control his blurred vision. Finally, he choked with sobs and said, "Since Feng Huo left, Yu has changed. He has changed completely. He has become more and more cynical and unscrupulous. But old Zhua and I both know that he doesn't want anyone to see his decadence and longing. Causing trouble everywhere and throwing the blame everywhere is just a way to cover up his true state of mind. He wants others to laugh and curse with him. That way, he will still feel that he exists. But after laughing and cursing, when he is alone, he will stay in his room and drink alone. He can't get over his past. Because of this, I beat him and scolded him too many times. In the end, I gave up. It's useless. His heart is empty. An empty person is no different from a person who pretends to be asleep. If the crisis of the continent had not been resolved, and the burden of being the heavenly king of the right had not been on his shoulders, giving him so many things to do, he would have killed himself long ago. He would not have been in so much pain for so long. Now. Yu Xingqian finally could not control his tears and said, "This child is finally free. Finally, he does not have to suffer so much anymore. From now on, there is no more lovesickness. He does not have to force himself to endure anymore. As his father, I am sincerely happy for him. I am really happy for him. His life has been too bitter and lonely." Although he said he was happy, his tears could not stop flowing. Lei Zhangtian let out a long sigh, and his tears fell instantly. He choked and said, "He is free. Yes, happy. This old man is also happy for him. Feng Huo has been waiting for him for so many years. It's time to reunite." Yu Xingqian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He said, "This unfilial son. He left just like that, leaving me still not free. Fuck, I lost my mother when I was young, my father when I was young, my wife when I was middle-aged, and my son when I was old. Am I not more pitiful than him? He left just like that. What should I do? Unfilial son. Unfilial son. Who will take care of me? do I have to take care of him? Unfilial son. He cursed loudly, but his voice trembled more and more. Tears flowed more and more, and finally, he could not speak, on the side of the dragons and phoenixes. The primordial phoenix and the ancestral dragon opened their mouths and looked at the huge hole that was cleared by the explosion. They could not help but be dumbfounded. How could this be? The 4 experts who were only below the 2 of them had all been wiped out in today's battle. Moreover, it was a complete death without leaving behind even a trace of his soul. Wasn't it clearly a decapitation tactic that they had planned for a long time before taking action? If 1, 2, or even 3 of them died, the dragons and phoenixes would be able to afford the price of taking away the 3 targets of the other party. This was the possible outcome of the plan. After all, the true strength of both sides was only a hair's breadth apart. If they fought to the death with the will to die, only by paying an equal price could they exchange for the death of experts of the same level. However, the outcome of the battle was the complete opposite. The other party only had 1 person to self-destruct, but he had taken away 4 super experts on their side in one wave. At the same time, he had taken away 1,000,000 elites. After calculating this debt, it was really a complete loss. It was heartbreaking. Damn it. The ancestral dragon grabbed his hair angrily. We had long formulated an extreme battle strategy of exchanging lives for lives, but in the end, we still lost so much combat strength because of the other party's life. How stupid. How stupid. The primordial phoenix also looked vexed. If we die in battle, so be it. However, to die in battle like this, such a huge loss is really too heavy. The gains don't make up for the losses. Yudongtian's self-destruction not only destroyed the enemy, but it also played an immeasurable role in delaying the battle. The enemy and us stopped at the same time, buying precious time for Li Chenglong. At the same time, it also greatly weakened the combined strength of the dragons and phoenixes. At this moment, in terms of peak combat strength, although the 3 races still had the upper hand, they no longer had the absolute upper hand. More importantly, the combat strength of the 3 races was imbalanced. Avenge the Heavenly King. Nan Jingqian's eyes were red, and silver light surged all over his body. He, who was already close to death, suddenly had a powerful force appear out of nowhere. Silver light almost illuminated the entire battlefield. With a furious roar, he charged forward without caring about anything. Stop! However, Li Chenglong ordered, change the formation. Change the formation. Li Chenglong was also crying, but as the commander in charge of the overall situation, his heart was still as cold as before. At this moment, he made the most correct decision. All of the Star Soul Realm martial practitioners were grief-stricken. Their desire for revenge was unprecedentedly high, and their morale was greatly boosted. But Li Chenglong knew that if they allowed this kind of hot blood to rush to their heads, and directly charged into the camp of the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins to take revenge for the Heavenly King, then this battle would probably end prematurely, with the Star Soul Realm's human race suffering a crushing defeat. What was the difference between rushing forward to avenge the Heavenly King without reason and fighting with the enemy's scattered troops? No matter how strong an individual's combat strength was, how strong their morale was, and how fearless they were, it didn't mean that they wouldn't die. It wasn't enough to erase the fact that their overall strength was too far behind the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins. They couldn't miss the opportunity that the Heavenly King of the Right had fought for the humans of the astral souls. Otherwise, the Heavenly King of the Right would have died in vain. Change the formation. Those who disobey will be killed. Li Chenglong roared, gritting his teeth as he gave the order. This order could be said to be the most unreasonable at the moment. Therefore, Li Chenglong was instantly hated by almost the entire army. However, this was the most correct military order. The few commanders who were already dizzy from the shock were immediately awakened by Li Chenglong's order. They carried out the order without saying anything. They were all knowledgeable people, so how could they not know what to do at the moment? In an instant, the two armies changed their formation again. From a long snake, it turned into two dragons. Then, as they continued to charge forward, they turned into four sharp knives right before they clashed with the enemy. It was the most lethal five-directional pointed killing formation. Avenge the Heavenly King! Li Chenglong roared at the right time. Instantly, the morale of the soldiers was raised to the peak, as if their chests were about to explode. Damn that Li Chenglong! Cold-blooded bastard! Countless people scolded Li Chenglong as they fought with their lives on the line. They scolded Li Chenglong because of his cold-blooded execution of military discipline. Furthermore, he only shouted out to avenge the Heavenly King at this moment. Everyone knew that he was using the Heavenly King's death to raise the morale of the soldiers. Just the words using the Heavenly King's death made the soldiers unhappy. However, it was undeniable that even though countless people were scolding Li Chenglong for being cold-blooded, everyone had to admit that this was the most appropriate time to shout out this slogan. Because of this sentence, the sharp knives were quickly formed, and the astral souls exploded with even more power than the first time. After a loud roar, the two armies clashed with unprecedented ferocity. The battle this time was much more intense than the previous one. On the side of the astral souls, everyone charged forward without any regard for their own safety. They only cared about killing the enemy and forgot about everything else. On the other hand, the morale of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin races was inexplicably low. Actually, the reason was simple. Yu Dongtian's self-destruction just now took away not only the four super experts, but also the million-strong army. To the prideful three ancient clans, this was an unacceptable fact. It was clearly planned before taking action. It was clearly planned for a long time. It was clearly planned by them to kill the leader. Even the executors were determined to complete the mission at all costs. However, the final result was a subtle feeling of, we are inferior to the other party, surged. While the balance of power was unbalanced, their mentality was also unbalanced. The battle became more and more intense, and the situation became more and more intense. Both sides and the four races were in a stalemate. Every second, tens of thousands of lives were lost. Broken limbs and body parts were shot in all directions in the air. At this moment, blood and life had become the most worthless things in the world. They were thrown around randomly. Large amounts of them were lost. Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yun Duo were the arrowheads. The two of them had entered an unprecedented state of madness. They shouted loudly and fought fiercely. They only wanted to kill the enemy and did not care about their own lives. These two unstoppable figures were like two sharp knives, piercing straight into the army of dragons and phoenixes. Li Chenglong's commands were getting sharper and sharper, and they were also getting more and more detailed. Li Chenglong was extraordinarily talented and calm. Although it was his first time commanding such a large-scale battle, as time went on, he became more and more proficient in commanding the battle. At this point in the battle, there was a subtle feeling that both sides were evenly matched. Nanjing Qian, Dongfang Jingyang, Shimen Lai, and the others fought with all their might and scolded Li Chenglong. However, they were also madly admiring Li Chenglong in their hearts. No matter how much they disliked Li Chenglong, these few great commanders were at least clear about one thing. Fortunately, the commander of this battle was Li Chenglong. If it had been any of them, they would have lost this battle long ago. As a commander, the most taboo thing was to be emotional. The most terrifying thing was to be blinded by anger and hatred. That was even more terrifying than falling into the enemy's trap and ambush. To be fair, if it were them, they would have lost their minds the moment the Heavenly King of the Right died. Once they lost their ice heart, how could they calmly judge the situation and not lose? However, Li Chenglong was able to calmly and coldly take advantage of the death of a heavenly king. He took advantage of the slight difference in the changes in the soldiers of both sides to turn the situation back to a stalemate where the two sides were originally inferior in strength and numbers. He was able to turn the situation back to a stalemate. As long as this stalemate was formed, then at least they could hold on for more than 2 hours. This was too advantageous for their side, who was waiting for reinforcements. What a heartless, cold-blooded, heartless brat. This bastard's temperament has really reached a certain level. But his cold-bloodedness has really reached a level that no one can compare to. He is indeed the military advisor of a generation. He is so fucking heartless. After this battle ends, if I am still alive, I will definitely beat him up. 4. For Heavenly King Yu. On one side of the battlefield, a hole was suddenly torn in space. Zhou Xiaoduo appeared, sweating profusely. He had sped all the way back, using all his energy to rush back. He had torn space 7 times in total, using all his energy to travel a long distance each time. He was so tired that he almost stuck his tongue out. After rushing for so long, he finally arrived at this time. He immediately saw both sides fighting with their lives on the battlefield. Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he turned invisible and stealthily approached the Qilin tribe. He even gave orders in the Tower of Annihilation. After we get out, we will be able to attack the Qilin tribe in a single leap. Everyone, be prepared. Prepare for the most accurate surprise attack. Unleash the greatest effect of the surprise attack. Yes. The officers and soldiers were all excited. Hiding the troops in the Tower of Annihilation was too advantageous. The troops on one side were well prepared and could directly appear next to the enemy. The moment the enemy had no time to react, a massacre would have already been completed. They wouldn't even have to pay too many casualties. This couldn't be described with just the word satisfying. Zhou Xiaoduo waved his hand, and the doors of the Tower of Annihilation opened. In the blink of an eye, millions of soldiers rushed out of the Tower of Annihilation like a silent flood. It was really soundless, and it was flowing with familiarity. Everyone shut their mouths tightly. They didn't even dare to breathe. That was a collective action of holding their breaths. In another second, Zhou Xiaoduo's army had already charged into the Qilin race's defenseless army from the flank like a thunderbolt. Instantly, blood rained down, and the smell of blood filled the air. Countless members of the Qilin tribe's army were reduced to torn corpses. Zhou Xiaoduo also released 7 gourds at the same time and ordered them to join the battle. Kill them. With a boom, the 7 gourds, together with the god-killing spear Yan Shirsi, rushed into the Qilin tribe's army. Countless soul fragments and the mighty death qi made the 7 gourds and the god-killing spear Yan Shirsi unprecedentedly excited. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed sinisterly. Just as he was about to pull out his 9-9 cat hammer to join the battle, he suddenly heard the angry shouts of the soldiers in the Star Soul army who were fighting with their lives on the line. Avenge the Heavenly King. Zhou Xiaoduo felt dizzy and almost fell from the clouds. Avenge the Heavenly King. Was he still one step too late? He was here, but he still couldn't avoid the misfortune of his senior brother's death. He felt as if his entire body was about to explode. A surge of hot blood rushed to his head. He suddenly let out a roar and controlled the 9-9 cat hammer. Like a thunderbolt from the 9th heaven, it smashed into the Kirin clan's army. He teleported to the center of the Qilin tribe's army and attacked with all his strength. The 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer with the most destructive power reappeared in the world. With extreme anger and grief, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't even realize that when he attacked, a shackle in his body was quietly broken. Because of this, his cultivation had entered a new realm. The mighty spiritual chi was boundless and surging in his body, but it was always under his control. This was a realm where there was no man, no self, the unity of man and nature, and he was the sole owner of all laws. However, he didn't realize that his heart was full of grief. He roared crazily and rushed into the Chilan tribe's army. Boom! With one hammer, blood rained down from the sky. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer in Zhuoxiaoduo's hands had already surpassed the Great Flood Shaman in terms of lethality. In fact, it was a huge difference. With this move, not only did the Kirin clan fall in large numbers, but even the space around them collapsed bit by bit. The Chilan tribe's experts who stopped at the mid-stage of the Zenith Heavenly Realm were smashed into smithereens by Zhuoxiaoduo's crazy hammer. In less than 10 breaths of time, Zhuoxiaoduo had already broken through the Chilan tribe's army. He didn't even turn back. With a roar, he rushed into the Phoenix tribe's army formation. From afar, a giant that was thousands of feet tall was waving a huge hammer that was as big as a castle. In the Phoenix tribe's army formation, he turned into a black whirlwind, a whirlwind of slaughter. As he continued to dance, the images of the universe, the sun, and the moon appeared clearly in the sky, as if they were real. It was as if an entire real world appeared in the sky with the surging of the hammer wind and fell in a picturesque disorder. There was a kind of messy beauty, and also the beauty of slaughter. The bodies of the phoenix and the various divine birds of the vassal tribes were flying in the sky. The moment it flew up into the air, it was the moment it disintegrated into fragments that filled the sky. It was the moment of death. For a moment, the sky was filled with 7 colors, magnificent and boundless. Those were countless colorful feathers that covered the sky. Reinforcements are here. Nanjing Qian let out a long shout, "Boys! Our reinforcements are here. Kill the enemy! Kill the enemy! Avenge the Heavenly King! Reinforcements are here!" The Astral Soul soldiers had hot tears in their eyes as they roared loudly. Avenge the Heavenly King! Exterminate the 3 tribes! Kill! Zhuoxiaoduo's arrival, the sneak attack of the elite army, and his strong entry into the battle completely changed the situation of the battle, overturning the original battle situation. The ancestral Gragon and the primordial phoenix suppressed Yuxingchen and Lei Chongtian. In this part of the battlefield, they already had the absolute advantage. Even if the 2 of them fought to the death and didn't retreat, there was no way they could turn the situation around. But at this moment, their hearts trembled violently. They turned to look at Zhuoxiaoduo, who was wreaking havoc among their tribes, and gasped in unison. Too fierce. Wasn't this too fierce? The ancestral Gragon and the primordial phoenix knew that if they were in the same position as Zhuoxiaoduo, they wouldn't be able to achieve such results. In other words, this guy is actually more impressive than me. The 2 clan leaders saw with their own eyes that the ancestral Chilan had already revealed his true form. His body was surrounded by 7-colored divine light that dyed the entire sky in 7 magnificent colors. It seemed extremely mystical and sacred. But he charged forward again and again, but he couldn't take more than 10 blows from Zhuoxiaoduo. The ancestral Chilan was about to scream and spit out 7-colored blood as he retreated. When they clashed again, he was smashed back thousands of meters. And this time, Zhuoxiaoduo charged forward even faster than the ancestral Chilan's retreating figure. Big 7-colored lizard, where do you think you're going? Eat my 100,000 hammers. Hammer after hammer smashed down on the ancestral Chilan's huge body like a violent storm. The ancestral Chilan retreated and dodged while screaming. The other party's strength was too great. The weapon was too big. He couldn't dodge at all. He was too big of a target in his true form. He wasn't as agile as the other party and was equivalent to a live target. He had no choice but to revert to his human form, but he was far from the other party's strength. The ancestral Qilin was extremely miserable. Continuous screams shook the heavens and earth. He didn't want to scream and wanted to save face, but it was too painful. Hearing Xiao Duo shout 100,000 hammers, the ancestral Qilin's heart immediately felt weak. Not to mention 100,000 hammers, the invincible ancestral Qilin would probably turn into dust after a few dozen more hammers. When the entire Qilin clan saw such a situation, they all kept quiet out of fear. The ancestral Dragon and the primordial phoenix were also shaken when they saw this scene. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Could it be that this kid broke through to the Saint Realm? The two flashed and instantly left the battlefield, speeding towards the ancestral Qilin. They had to go. In 100 breaths' time, the ancestral Qilin would be hammered to death by Xiao Duo. Xiao Duo used all his strength and blasted out his ultimate moves one after another, suppressing the ancestral Qilin until he couldn't breathe. The ancestral Qilin, who had suppressed Sword Saint Qin Sha with his own strength just now, couldn't unleash his full strength against Xiao Duo. Even though he used all his skills and all his Dharma treasures, he could only passively take the beating and couldn't change the situation at all. He was even shocked to discover that all his Dharma treasures, including Khanate numinous treasures, were useless against Xiaoduo's dual hammers. What kind of monster is this? The ancestral Qilin wanted to cry. Too strong. I can't beat him. Chapter 14:18. After the ancestral Qilin's countless Dharma treasures with a casual strike of the 9-9 kitty hammer, the slightly inferior ones were shattered on the spot without any room to be used. Even the slightly stronger Khanate spirit treasures were sent flying far away like baseball balls after being smashed by the spirit treasures. Fortunately, there were 7 gourds following behind. They were the most sensitive to the aura of Khanate spiritual treasures. After seeing it, the space gourd given by Yuanshi immediately rushed over and kept it into their stomachs. Occasionally, there were fishes that slipped through the net, but they would also be swallowed by the purple gold gourd given by Daoist Tai Ching. It was unknown if they came from the same origin, but the 7 little fellows had a common problem: greed. And it was the insatiable kind. As long as it was complete, they would take it all. As they hovered above the battlefield, the bodies of countless high-grade dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins who died in the battle were all swallowed into their stomachs before they could break into pieces. One had to know that these were cultivation resources that could only be encountered by chance and not sought after, whether it was for the gourds or human cultivators. Slowly, as the 7 gourds joined the battlefield, the increasingly tragic battlefield showed a trend of cleaner and cleaner. The ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix came to the rescue at lightning speed and blocked Xiaoduo's 9-9 kitty hammer. As soon as they came into contact, the 2 ancient powerhouses felt their arms go numb and their hearts trembled even more. The ancestral Qilin, on the other hand, rolled and crawled out of the battlefield. The ancestral Qilin was about to cry when he finally came out. When he was pressed down and beaten up, he didn't even have time to take elixirs to recover. He only felt that he had become a piece of iron and was being hammered by a blacksmith. But I'm not iron. Just 2 or 3 more hammers, and I'll be smashed to death. After vomiting a few mouthfuls of 7-colored blood in pain, he felt that his chest was a little better. He hurriedly took out elixirs and stuffed them into his mouth in large handfuls. I was scared to death. Originally, he thought that after this battle, the Dragon and Phoenix clans had lost a lot of elites. If the 2 clans didn't want to be destroyed, the Qilin clan had to be the leader. It was even possible for the 3 clans to be united and the Qilin clan to be the leader. However, after experiencing Xiaoduo's surprise attack, the Kirin race suffered heavy losses, even more than the Dragon race and the Phoenix race. He himself was even more injured. It was truly a tragedy. Just a little bit more and his body in Dao vanished, turning into fine powder. The ancestral Qilin swallowed the pills in large quantities and felt the warm medicinal power continue to spread through his meridians. A comfortable feeling grew throughout his body and he finally let out a sigh of relief. He was filled with gratitude towards the ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix for coming to his rescue. If the three races were to truly unite at that time, it wouldn't be impossible for the three races to ride side by side. Right at this moment. Hurry up and do it. An anxious roar could be heard. Ancestor Gregon fell straight out of his mouth, with blood gushing out of his mouth. I didn't save you to let you watch a show. Hurry up and come up. The ancestral Qilin hurriedly turned his head to take a look and could not help but be shocked. Just as he was taking the pills to recover, the ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix, who were fighting Xiaoduo together, were actually in a sorry state. They were lacking in strength. The two of them were clearly working together to attack Xiaoduo from the left and right, but in reality, they were easily repelled by Xiaoduo. The spinning sledgehammer was as heavy as a mountain. The primordial phoenix circulated the phoenix hoe with all her might and counterattacked continuously. However, in the face of Xiaoduo, such a head-on collision actually caused her to spit out blood and retreat in less than 10 moves. The ancestral dragon was also forced to retreat. He called for the ancestral Qilin to join the battle and rushed back to help the primordial phoenix. Now that the battle situation had changed, the three of them had to join forces to fight against Xiaoduo. If any one of them died first, the other two would not be spared. This is the combat power of a saint. After confirming Xiaoduo's strength, the ancestral dragon roared angrily. Xiaoduo. Saint-level combat power is not allowed to participate in mortal battles. This is the rule. You have broken the rule. You have broken the rule. Qilin. Qilin. Why are you still looking? What are you looking at? Hurry up. The ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix were drenched in sweat. Under Xiaoduo's continuous attacks, they staggered and spat out blood. They were in a sorry state. Xiaoduo's twin hammers were extremely powerful. They smashed back and forth like shooting stars chasing the moon. He cursed angrily, "To hell with your rules. I don't care what your rules are. I am the rules now. What are you roaring for? If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you shouting?" The ancestral Qilin widened his eyes. What? What was going on? Not only were the ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix unable to deal with Xiaoduo, but they were also forced into an absolute disadvantage. After coming to his senses, he hurriedly got up and joined the battle with a roar. When he rushed over, it happened that the ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix were sent flying. The ancestral Qilin took advantage of this opportunity to face Xiaoduo, who had completely erupted. With two hammers, the Qilin pestle that the ancestral Qilin had cultivated was smashed into pieces. He was sent flying with a mouthful of blood. The speed at which he was sent flying was even faster than the speed at which Gu Yong rushed over. However, Xiaoduo did not hesitate at all. He continued to raise his hammers energetically and charged toward the ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix. The ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix cursed in their hearts. This Qilin. Are you fucking here to be a joke? We were hoping that you would block us and let us take a breather. In the end, you retreated faster than you charged. What's the use of having you? However, the two heads could not say that the ancestral Qilin did not try his best. After all, his treasure, the Qilin pestle, had been destroyed in those two attacks. This could only mean that Xiaoduo was too strong. He was ridiculously strong. Unfortunately, there was no point in recognizing reality now. Xiaoduo rushed over again. The two cursed as they tried their best to block and dodge. However, the other party's hammers were too big. In Zhuo's hands, they were not clumsy at all. Instead, they were nimble. Wasn't this asking for their lives? Boom! Another hammer came crashing down and brushed past the ancestral dragon's waist. Pfft! The ancestral dragon spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying with a pale face. For a moment, his organs burned and he almost fainted. Boom, boom, boom. Zhuo became more and more courageous as he fought. He could not help but find it strange. He was facing 3 clan heads at the same time. Why did he feel so relaxed and easy? It was as if they were 3 children and he was an adult. That was probably how he felt. Of course, he could beat them up however he wanted. No matter how they struggled, no matter how stubbornly they resisted, they could not escape from his palms. Finally, he thought of the sage that the ancestral dragon had shouted. He could not help but think, could it be that I have reached the sage's cultivation that they mentioned? The pinnacle of this world. But why didn't I feel anything special? There was no vision of heaven and earth. Didn't they say that when a sage appeared, purple chi would come from the east for 30,000 miles? He really did not feel anything at all. It should be just a little bit more. Thinking of his own cultivation foundation, Zhuo understood a little. He should have the combat power of a sage, but his realm should not be there yet. As Zhuo led reinforcements and entered the battle, the originally evenly matched situation was reversed almost instantly. After 100 breaths of time, the situation of the battle had become one-sided. After that, Zhuo blocked the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and ancestral Qilin by himself. Immediately, all the high-level combat power of the astral souls were released. All troops, attack! Finish this battle in one go. Li Chenglong jumped up from the commander's seat without a care for his image. He howled like a madman, all troops, attack! Reserve troops, all of you, attack! Don't let anyone escape. Today, I swear to destroy the 3 clans. We will not rest until we are dead. Once the order to attack was given, he did not even give any commands. Instead, he drew his long sword and charged into the army of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins. He started a massacre. In the army, Li Chenglong's combat power was second only to Zhuo and Zhuoxianyan. He was also a true god of war. However, as the military advisor, he had to lead the army to the final battle. That was why he could not enter the battlefield personally. Now that the battle had been decided, Li Chenglong naturally could not hold it in anymore. His eyes were bloodshot as he charged into the battle personally. He wanted to vent the anger that he had been suppressing for so long. Vengeance for Teacher Qin. Vengeance for Wang Lingyun. Vengeance for Heavenly King Yu. And vengeance for the billions of soldiers who had died in this battle. This vengeance and hatred was irreconcilable. From all directions, the sound of a tsunami could be heard. The humans of the astral souls had finally started their attack. Yu Xingchen, Lei Changtian, Sword Sovereign Qin Sha, Yu Moyan, and the others. Suppressing their fatigue, they stuffed a bunch of elixirs into their mouths. Before they even chewed, they had already charged forward. They wanted to give it their all for this battle. Kill. Kill them all. Take revenge for the Heavenly King of the Right. Take revenge for the Heavenly King of the Right. The sound of spring thunder also seemed to shake the world. Zhuo was still fighting with the ancestral dragon, ancestral phoenix, and ancestral Qilin. He was getting more and more proficient. Occasionally, he would find the time to throw out thousands of hammers and destroy tens of thousands of high-level experts of the dragon and phoenix races. Just as he was about to take advantage of the victory and finish the battle, he heard a voice that sounded like spring thunder. However, he was stunned at once. The Heavenly King of the Right. How could it be the Heavenly King of the Right? Could it be that the King of Zwolu, his senior brother, Yun Jonghu, did not die? The one who died was actually Zwashao's mind raced as he recalled. He could not help but recall that night when Yu Dongtian looked for him. Is Yun Jonghu's life and death tribulation true? It's true. How should we break it? Zwashao Duo immediately recalled his response. Suddenly, a strong sense of sourness rose from his heart. At that moment, he wished that he could slap himself a few times. The heavenly Tao is constant. Destiny cannot be changed. Only variables can change. In order to break the destiny, someone has to defy the heavens and change their fate. It is unknown if they can change their fate in the end. However, those who try to change their fate will most likely not have a good ending. Zwashao Duo completely understood. It turned out that Yu Dongtian had already made a decision from then on. He was determined to block this calamity for his brother. Defy the heavens and change his fate, using his body to replace him. Zwashao's heart surged like a tsunami. He felt his eyes ache for some reason, and tears were about to flow out. The Heavenly King of the Right. The Heavenly King who had deceived the human race for tens of thousands of years, one of the pillars of the human race that he actually left just like that. At that moment, Zwashao Duo heard something that made his soul tremble even more. Kill all the dragons and phoenixes. Avenge Teacher Qin. The voice was very close to him, as if it was shouting at him. Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin Fangyang. What happened to Teacher Qin? Zwashao's body shook violently. He turned his head in the direction of the voice and saw Li Chenglong's face full of tears. He was roaring and rushing toward him. He was shouting hoarsely, "Kill them all. Avenge Teacher Qin. They killed Teacher Qin." Zwashao Duo felt an explosion in his mind. It was as if all the emotions and everything in the world suddenly disappeared and no longer existed. His entire mind was blank. There was only one message echoing in his mind. They killed Teacher Qin. For a moment, Zwashao's aura suddenly surged. An endless terrifying aura with the power to destroy the world. It rushed out. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin who had just rushed forward retreated in unison. They did not dare to act rashly, and their eyes were filled with horror. Bullshit! Zwashao Duo roared and instinctively denied, Li Chenglong. You're talking nonsense. How dare you curse Teacher Qin? I'll smash you to death with my hammer. At this moment, Li Chenglong was stirring up his maximum strength and infusing it into the long sword in his hand. It turned into a condensed chi-light sword that was thousands of feet long. It swept left and right aggressively. It was now less than 10,000 meters away from Zwashao Duo. It's true. The dragon and phoenix races used their racial talents to travel through the sky and arrived above Shangjing. At that time, we were all at the front line and were too far away to help. Only Teacher Qin arrived in time. In order to protect Shangjing, Teacher Qin stepped forward bravely and fought against the three races alone. In the end, he died heroically in battle. However, it was his delay that allowed him to hold on until we arrived. Otherwise, regardless of the outcome of today's battle, Shangjing would have been destroyed and its people would have been plunged into misery and suffering. Teacher Qin was killed by them. Li Chenglong said tearfully, "You must not let them escape." Zwashao's consciousness was in a daze. He muttered, "Teacher Qin really died. He still hasn't used the red spider lily. He died. Then, what about the reincarnation of the old principal? Could it be that my words are true? That's a wrong fate. destined to be deeply in love but shallow in faith, missing each other every time. In a daze, Qin Fangyang's stern but kind face seemed to appear in front of him, looking at him with a fierce face. "If you provoke me again, I'll beat you up," Qin Fangyang said. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was instantly filled with sorrow. He muttered, "If you can come out and beat me up, what's the point of talking without doing?" Woo woo. At this moment, his mind was in a daze. He didn't know where his heart was and couldn't find a place to return to. Back then, when Qin Fangyang was asked to return to be the principal, Zhuo Changlu and Zhuo Xiaoduo made up countless excuses to coax Qin Fangyang back. The words that day were still ringing in his ears. They said that there would be a battle between the higher-ups in the future. Qin Fangyang could imitate Wang Feihong and step forward at the critical moment as a surprise attack. Every word was firm and resolute. If that day really came, Qin Fangyang would definitely be the first choice to go to war. Of course, with Qin Fangyang's strength and cultivation at that time, it wasn't unrealistic to use him as a backup. There was no doubt about it. However, as the situation developed, that kind of situation became less and less likely to happen. However, after a discussion between Zhuo Changlu and Zhuo Xiaoduo, they didn't summon Qin Fangyang again. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding did have some selfish motives when it came to the issue of Qin Fangyang's placement. On one hand, they were grateful for Qin Fangyang and He Yuan's sacrifice for Zhuo Xiaoduo. On the other hand, they were grateful for their unswerving loyalty. Even if they were separated by life and death, they would still look after each other. They really wanted to facilitate the reunion of these two lovers. Letting Qin Fangyang become the principal of second high school was based on this consideration. This pair of lovers had already suffered a lifetime of hardship. They sincerely hoped that they would be able to reunite. Even if it was in He Yuan's next life. They would be reunited after all. Especially with the existence of the red spider lily, there wouldn't even be the problem of recovering their memories. It would allow them to experience a rare taste of happiness. This was the joint plan of Zhuo Xiaoduo, Zhuo Xiaonian, Li Chenglong, Zhuo Changlu, and Wu Yuding, the placement of Qin Fangyang. Originally, this plan was carried out smoothly. Qin Fangyang also stayed in second high school well and enjoyed several years of peace and quiet. However, Qin Fangyang never forgot the task entrusted to him that day. Not only did his cultivation not languish, but it also improved a lot. Some time ago, he suddenly felt that something wasn't right. The front line was about to start fighting, but there was still no news about his placement. Therefore, he took the initiative to contact Zhuo Changlu. Zhuo Changlu felt that if Qin Fangyang came to the front line where experts were as common as clouds, he should be fine. His entire family was a quasi-sage. In one force, there were 4 quasi-saints, more than 10 top-grade innate spirit treasures, 1 quasi-saint, and more than 10 peak grand heavenly realm experts. To be complacent, such a comprehensive combat power was not much inferior to the demon race, which was known as the strongest among all the races. Not to mention, his son and daughter had a solid foundation, and their foundation, potential, and luck were amazing. Although they had only reached the quasi-saint realm not long ago, they were outstanding talents among the quasi-saints, and few could match them. To put it bluntly, even the Demon Emperor and Dong Huang might not be a match for Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian. If Qin Fangyang wanted to come, there was nothing wrong with it. No matter what, they could ensure his safety. Therefore, they agreed without thinking. After a short discussion, they informed Qin Fangyang of the matter. But who would have thought that when Qin Fangyang was only halfway there, far away from Shangjing and much closer to White-Haired Mountain than White-Haired Mountain, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans launched an attack from all directions. If Qin Fangyang was only following a military order to go to Whitehead Mountain, no one could say anything about it. This was a military order. However, Qin Fangyang immediately turned around and went to Shangjing. Then, such a tragic event happened. No matter who it was, this was something that no one had expected. What he said in jest at the time stood up at the critical moment, and it became a prophecy, causing this farewell. Destiny made fools of people. Those who were destined to die did not die, those who defied the heavens and changed their fates died, and those who were well prepared could not be protected. The situation had changed to this point. Sua Xiaoduo was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Could it be that this was retribution for boasting that he could predict all the heavenly secrets and protect everyone around him? He began to think that if he had let Qin Fangyang go to Whitehead Mountain in the beginning, perhaps this would not have happened at all. At least, he would not have died. When he thought of this, he looked at the ancestral dragon, ancestral phoenix, and ancestral Qilin in front of him. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was these few fellows who killed my teacher Qin. Unforgivable. Don't let any of them go. Today, the three races will be wiped out and will not exist in this world. Sua Xiaoduo's body was full of murderous intent. It added 30% gloominess, 30% grief, 30% anger, and 30% sharpness. Sua Xiaoduo in this state made the ancestral dragon and ancestral phoenix, who were hundreds of meters away, feel as if their hearts were being squeezed by a hand. They actually felt breathless. The battlefield was filled with incessant screams. The masters of the astral soul's human race became more and more ferocious as they fought. Now, the situation had changed greatly. It was no longer a battle, but a one-sided massacre. Later, the battlefield was filled with cries of, "Take revenge for the heavenly king of the right, take revenge for teacher Qin," and so on. Many vassal races of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin races began to flee in all directions. At this moment, even their last bit of confidence had collapsed. It could even be said that even the minimum courage to fight had been completely destroyed and disappeared. Now, there was only fear in their hearts. Originally, they had the advantage in numbers and thought that they would definitely win this battle. Who could stop the three races when they joined forces? But now, the leaders of the three races were beaten up like buns and were on the verge of death. On their side, there were almost no super-class experts, and a large number of those with weaker cultivation were killed. Many people thought that it was safer to hide in the center of the army, but they couldn't escape the fate of being shot to death. What kind of world was this? The only thing that everyone felt was that they had lost the most basic guarantee of safety. What else could they do if they didn't escape? The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin can't even protect themselves now. The situation has been set, and they have no strength left to protect us vassal races. If we stay here, only death will await us. Let's escape and leave it to fate. However, in this kind of battle, either the troops would fight stubbornly, or they would fight until they won. Only when the battle ended would it be considered over. The way the vassal races of the three races fled midway was truly seeking their own deaths. It was much easier to chase down these people who had lost their morale than to deal with an organized enemy. The deserters of the three races were easily killed by the experts of the astral souls as soon as they were caught up. They no longer had the courage to fight back. The troops of the three races who were still stubbornly resisting were surrounded by the army of the astral souls, who had the absolute advantage. Countless high-level demon beasts were captured alive, and they hurriedly begged for mercy. "I'm willing to be a human's mount. Don't kill me. I'm willing to be a human's mount, a spiritual pet, or a toy. I'm willing to. I'm willing to. I can fly, I can run, and I'm good-looking. I'm willing to be a human's. In short, under the threat of life and death, the three races showed all kinds of ugly behaviors in order to survive. Once they lost the pride in their bloodline, the so-called primordial dragon, phoenix, and Chelan races were nothing more than this. This was especially true for the vassal races of the three races below them. Some of the warriors of the astral souls hesitated because of this. They turned around and waited for further instructions from their superiors. Other than thinking that by taking captives, they could further dissolve the last bit of morale of the members of the three clans. Subconsciously, they thought that it would be very cool to have such a beast as a mount, and it could even further improve their battle prowess. Dragon knights, phoenixes, and Chelan mounts. They were happy just thinking about it. So a Xiao duo roared to the sky, "We don't accept captives." Almost at the same time, Li Chenglong roared, "Kill them all. Every one of their hands is stained with the blood of your comrades. Every one of their hands has the lives of your brothers. You want to forgive them." So a Xiao duo roared angrily, "How can you face your brothers in heaven when you have such selfish thoughts? Do you want to show off how cool your divine beast mounts are when you return home to your brothers' orphans and widows? Do you still have any sense of shame?" With this loud roar, the countless star soul soldiers seemed to have been enlightened. In that instant, their minds became clear again. "Yes, sir. We don't accept captives. Kill them all." Bright and shiny weapons rose into the air once again. They fell down. Blood flowed like a sea. The sky was dyed red. "Brothers, we've avenged you. Brothers, we've won. Heavenly King, do you see this? We've won." Countless warriors who were close to Yu Dong Tian burst into tears. Yu Dong Tian's sworn brothers, the masters of heaven, earth, sun, moon, and star, were all gone. After this battle, only the wounded Master Yu was left. He racked his brains, tears streaming down his face as he desperately searched for his brothers' corpses. But when he got there, he only found half of Master Yu's head. As for the rest, they had already turned into fine powder. He looked up to the sky and howled. He wrapped all the daily necessities of his brothers together, lit a fire, knelt down, and kowtowed a few times, shouting, "Heavenly King! Brothers are here. Heaven and earth, life and death." Before his voice died away, he broke his own heart meridians, burned his own divine sense, and killed his own soul. His wounded body fell into the raging fire with a loud crash. In an instant, there were no bones left, and he no longer existed in this world. He was very determined to die, and he didn't give anyone a chance to stop him. Looking at the bodies that were quietly burned in the fire, many people couldn't help but cry. "The battle hasn't ended yet. Why did you leave in such a hurry?" Nan Jingqian burst into tears. "Go, don't disturb them." Yu Xingqian's expression was bleak. He seemed to have aged countless years in an instant. Even his usually straight back seemed to be bent. His brothers, the people he fought for all his life, are all gone. He lives alone. It's really worse than death. Let's fulfill his wish. On Swishaodwa sighed. Swishaoduo held two hammers in his hands and strode toward the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and ancestral Chelan. The three of them were pale, and the corners of their mouths were full of blood. Only their gazes, which were fixed on Swishaodwa's approaching figure, were still ferocious. As ancient powerhouses, they knew the principle of survival of the fittest. Even if they knew that they were going to die, they would not beg for mercy. Swishaoduo. The primordial phoenix gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, "Don't tell me you don't want your wife to live." Swishaoduo frowned. "What do you mean?" The primordial phoenix sneered, "Ha ha ha ha. Fate really makes fools of people. Even though you have established the foundation of becoming a saint, you still can't escape the trap of karma. Back then, our phoenix race had already left behind a backup plan. When we were destined to leave this continent, we decided to leave behind the phoenix bloodline and the essence of the phoenix ancestor on this continent. Once the phoenix bloodline is formed, it will automatically give birth to a baby. Your family was extremely lucky. As the strongest astral souls on the continent, your parents discovered this baby and brought it home to raise it. In the end, it actually became your family's child bride. It's your wife. Swaxiaonian. That's the cause. However, there are naturally consequences. Your wife is a backup plan that our race had set up long ago. How could we let her go? Even though she was born from the will of heaven and earth and naturally took human form, she is still related to the essence of our phoenix race. Do you really think that our race would give you a peerless genius seed for nothing? We knew that such a prodigy existed, but we didn't summon her back. This calamity of heaven and earth has affected all the races. Our race has already set up a seed for all the races. The dark phoenix of the demon race is not an exception. The primordial phoenix laughed sinisterly. Swaxiaoduo, how about we make a deal? Swaxiaoduo's expression was as dark as water. A deal? Before you understand the truth, what do you mean by your backup plan? What do you mean by the providence of your phoenix veins, the essence of your ancestors? Is it the essence of the phoenix race? Or the essence of your ancestors? What deal do I have with you? Primordial Phoenix, aren't you going to explain the above to me in detail? The primordial phoenix sneered and said, of course I have to explain it. Otherwise, how would you ignorant natives know about the shocking situation that our phoenix race has been planning for billions of years? I'd like to hear the details. Back then, the ancestral land was destined to collapse. All the races scattered. Our race had already made arrangements and scattered many seeds. For example, the demon race's vermilion bird, the western sect's Mahamayuri, the demon race's dark phoenix, and so on all originated from our race. After that, they each had their own opportunities and formed their own karma. As for Swaxiaonian, before we left, we cut off a corner of the phoenix race's providence. We used the only remaining essence core of patriarch origin phoenix as a carrier and left it in the phoenix veins of the ancestral land. It was naturally nurtured and waited for the right time. It could be said to be the biggest part of the plan. Since it's the biggest part of the plan, how could we not be prepared for her? The primordial phoenix said proudly, we left a trace of the absolute heaven poison in the essence core. The absolute heaven poison. Even the ancestral dragon and ancestral Qilin turned their heads and looked at the primordial phoenix in shock. Clearly, they didn't expect the primordial phoenix to have such a far-reaching plan. This earth-shattering event was simply unheard of. The absolute heaven poison can even kill a saint. The primordial phoenix sneered and looked at Swaxiaoduo. Swaxiaoduo sneered. What a shocking situation. What a far-reaching plan. However, do you think that I will believe you just because you casually made up some absolute heaven poison? Apart from the return of the Dark Phoenix, what other mighty figures have returned to your Phoenix race? If you had made arrangements long ago, why didn't you activate the restrictions and force those people to return? A shocking situation, a shocking scam. The primordial Phoenix also sneered. You can choose not to believe me, but use your wife's life as a stake. Swaxiaoduo squinted his eyes. Unless you bring out the evidence, it's just empty talk. You're just shooting off your mouth. The primordial phoenix said indifferently, I personally arranged this situation. Naturally, I have evidence. He circulated his energy, and a seven-colored light appeared from the top of his head. Within the light, there was an ice flame. In the center of the ice flame, there was a faint pink light spot. This is the absolute heaven poison. This poison is extremely rare. Swaxiaonian is a corner of our race's destiny. We must add the strongest restrictions to her body to prevent a backlash. Now, as long as I crush this pink light spot, even if your wife has the cultivation of a saint, she will immediately die and be consigned to eternal damnation. The primordial phoenix said indifferently, I know that you're Xiao and don't have much knowledge. You can find someone you know to see if I'm bluffing. There was no need to find someone to verify it. Sua Xiaoduo knew that it was true. He had cultivated with Sua Xiaonian's soul many times, so he naturally knew that this mysterious ice flame and Sua Xiaonian's ice flame came from the same source. It was true. Looking at the expressions of the ancestral dragon and the ancestral qilin, Sua Xiaoduo was even more certain that it was not groundless. He pondered and said, Who is Origin Phoenix? The primordial phoenix's expression was a little ugly. Back then, two phoenixes were naturally born between heaven and earth. The first one was Origin Phoenix. She was from the same period as Lord Pangu. I only appeared after Lord Pangu opened the sky. However, it is not false that I am known as the first phoenix in this world. Because Lord Origin Phoenix was born before the sky was opened. After that, Origin Phoenix died. The primordial phoenix clearly did not want to talk about Origin Phoenix's past in detail and intended to be vague. Sua Xiaoduo sneered and said, Died? How can a chaos creature who was from the same period as God Pangu die for no reason? I don't think so, right? You must have used some kind of trick to kill her and occupy the title of the first phoenix. Hee, if it weren't for this scheme, I'm afraid you wouldn't even say the two words Origin Phoenix, right? Also, your so-called cloth clan may not be fake, but many of those blood descendants are wandering outside. When they advance to a certain realm, they will naturally understand the past. They will be stupid if they come back. The primordial phoenix said coldly, These are not the main point. It is irrelevant to talk about these. The main point now is that I have planted a poison in the depths of your wife's soul. Do you understand now? The primordial phoenix said. Sua Xiaoduo snorted and said, All right, cut the crap. Tell me your conditions. His gaze was cold and hard, and there was killing intent that penetrated her soul. He stared at the primordial phoenix's face like a poisonous snake. The monstrous anger in his heart could not be suppressed. This bastard, he actually used the missing cat to threaten me. However, this move was targeted and hit the place that Sua Xiaoduo cared about the most. He gritted his teeth in hatred, but he did not dare to act rashly. If this poison was planted in Sua Xiaoduo's soul, then the leaders of the three clans in front of him would have been reduced to powder. How could Sua Xiaoduo accept such a threat? However, it had to be on Sua Xiaonian. Yun Zhonghu came over at some point in time. His eyes were about to crack. Primordial Phoenix, to think that you are an ancient mighty figure. Now that the outcome is clear, you actually use such a shameless method to threaten us and try to escape. Do you have any shame? The primordial phoenix turned a deaf ear and said indifferently, What I want will not be overboard. I only want to be able to retreat safely today. We will take the remaining troops away. In the future, we will see. It is more advantageous for you to use this price to exchange for the life of a genius who has the potential to become a saint. As long as we reach a safe distance, I will naturally remove this absolute heaven poison. How about that? Li Chenglong, who had rushed over, said coldly, But how can we be sure that you can remove this strange poison that can kill a saint? His words woke her up from her dream. How could this poison, which was said to be able to kill even a saint, be removed? Just based on the words of a guy whose cultivation had not reached the saint stage. If they were tricked by this guy, wouldn't Sua Xiaoduo and the other higher-ups of the astral souls be extremely stupid? Li Chenglong took a step forward and looked at the pink and indescribably beautiful absolute heaven poison hidden in the ice flames. He said indifferently, If my judgment is correct. The primordial phoenix, the phoenix head before the creation of the world, died under the absolute heaven poison, right? The primordial phoenix's pupils constricted as she stared at Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong said, "If we take it a step further, even if the primordial phoenix was poisoned, she would definitely use her entire life's cultivation to resist this poison." In the end, she was still unlucky. After the primordial phoenix died, when you retrieved this poison, you fused it with the primordial phoenix's soul and divided it into two parts to form a bond. And then used this to set up this trap. There's no need to flatter yourself. What do you mean by setting up the clans and shocking the world? Even if you have the intention of setting up the clans, there are not many descendants of the Phoenix clan among the major forces. This is enough to prove that you are not popular. If you had said that all the great cultivators were the descendants of the Phoenix clan would have long been the leader of the clans. Now, why do you need to join forces with the other two clans to attack the astral souls? Only sister-in-law Little Nian was really set up by you. However, the reason why you did this was definitely not just to create a peerless genius who could surpass you and the primordial phoenix, a peerless genius who grew up in the human race and is destined to oppose you. So your original intention was to use the resources of the human race to help you nurture a super fighter. After all, as long as this poison is in your hands, no matter when, as long as you want to use it, you can use it to control sister-in-law Little Nian and threaten the related people who care about sister-in-law Little Nian. Just like today, isn't it? Li Chenglong clapped his hands and said coldly, "This is a good plan, a good scheme, a good scheme." How despicable. Even if there's a chance, just like now, you can still use this to save your life, prolong your life, and even bargain. What a good plan. You used a divine item like the absolute heaven poison to beg for your life. Hee hee, hee hee. Li Chenglong's sarcasm made the faces of the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the primordial qilin turn red and white. They were almost too ashamed to show their faces. However, the three leaders did not say a word. Now, this was their only chance of survival. Whether they could survive or not depended on whether the absolute heaven poison in the primordial phoenix's hand was effective. The screams in the surroundings were getting fewer and farther away that at this moment, most of the troops of the three clans had been killed. Sui Xiaoduo did not give the order to stop the killing, and neither did Li Chenglong. The primordial phoenix did not ask for anything else and left with his subordinates because he felt that the sense of danger was getting heavier and heavier, and the suffocating feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Li Chenglong took a deep breath and looked at Sui Xiaoduo. He transmitted his voice, "Boss, why don't we?" Sui Xiaoduo did not say anything, but his expression was getting colder and colder. There was complete silence. After a long, long time, Sui Xiaoduo's face contorted in pain. He gritted his teeth and said, "This battle concerns the fate of the astral souls and the human race. The heavenly monarch of the right, Teacher Qin, Wang Lingyun, 5 of the heavenly monarch's protectors, 32 zenith heaven cultivators, 175 chaos prime seniors, more than 8,000 Dao integration cultivators, 153,000 skysoar cultivators, more than 3 million profound convergence cultivators, and more than 30 million below profound convergence cultivators." As he spoke, the rims of his eyes suddenly turned red. He gritted his teeth and said, "The culprit is right in front of us. I can kill them with a raise of my hand. I pray that the tens of millions of souls will not be forgotten. If I, Sui Xiaoduo, let go of these 3 executioners whose hands are stained with human blood because of my personal gains and losses, how can I, Sui Xiaoduo, face the tombstones that stretch for thousands of miles? Nian Nian Cat is my wife. I can make the decision for her. At most, when the world is peaceful, I'll reunite with my wife." Sui Xiaoduo's lips were bleeding. "You want to threaten me? Are you crazy?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to kill. The primordial phoenix shouted, "Wait!" The primordial phoenix raised his hand high, and the pink light in the ice flame flickered even faster. Duo. When he saw Duo's eyes become more and more ferocious, he could not help but laugh wildly. Good, good, good. Since you're so righteous, I, the primordial phoenix, will not hesitate to die. I'll take your beautiful wife with me. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of 1,000,000 years of planning? Before he finished speaking, 2 fingers suddenly exerted force. Clearly, he was detonating the absolute heaven poison. The poison seemed to be in his hand, but it was actually connected to his mind. External forces could not stop it at all. Duo roared angrily and was about to rush forward and kill this person. Right at this moment, a strand of sword light suddenly surpassed the flow of time and the limits of space, and it flashed through the air like a white steed flashing through a gap. Then, a voice sounded indifferently. I remember telling you not to use this to make a fuss. Why didn't you listen? The primordial phoenix's 2 fingers moved, and his mind was activated at the same time. It should have been an irreversible explosion, but when his 2 fingers touched each other and his mind was in a daze, he realized that the absolute heaven poison had disappeared. He cried out in disbelief, "Who is it?" Suddenly, a blue-clothed Taoist man appeared beside him. He carried a long sword on his back, and the sleeves of his clothes fluttered in the wind. He had one hand behind his back, and the other hand was fiddling with the absolute heaven poison. What was it? The ice flames jumped, still flickering with inexplicable magnificence. Duo cheered and jumped up, forgetting everything. The person who came had a handsome face and a tall figure. Just by standing there, he seemed to be stepping on the universe. It was the master of the Jia sect, the Grand Master of Heaven. One of the 3 pure ones, perfected Shangqing. The primordial phoenix trembled and roared with all his might, Grand Master of Heaven. You haven't left yet. The Grand Master of Heaven smiled faintly. His eyes were sharp as he said, remember that in the Purple Cloud Palace, I told you not to act rashly. I'll protect Duo and little Nian, He asked coldly, why? Can't you give me face? The primordial phoenix was so angry that he panted and coughed violently. Give you face? I'm about to lose my life. How can I give you face? But now, he couldn't say a word because he was in complete despair. Not only did Grand Master of Heaven's sword take away the absolute heaven poison, but it also cut off the connection between his soul. At the same time, it took away a large part of his soul. And what caused this stunning effect was the immortal slaying sword Qi that was famous in the world. Good, good, good. The primordial phoenix laughed in despair, Grand Master of Heaven, you are indeed the Grand Master of Heaven. I admire you. Grand Master of Heaven held the absolute heaven poison in his hand and said indifferently, good, of course it's good. It's a pity that you don't even have the right to bicker with me now. Duo roared angrily and raised his sledgehammer high, overflowing with killing intent. Puff! 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 Thousands of hammers were smashed down in succession without any fanciful tricks. The ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the Qilin did not resist at all. They did not move at all and allowed the hammers to hit them. They were already in despair. No matter how much they struggled, it was useless. Before the primordial phoenix died, he only said coldly, Duo, you will never be able to cure your wife's absolute heaven poison. The absolute heaven poison hidden in the depths of her soul will grow stronger with the growth of her cultivation. Her comprehension of the ice flame is the starting point of her journey to the end. It's just a matter of time. Just you wait. Ha ha ha. The laughter was smashed by Duo and then turned into a piece of minced meat. There was silence in the field. They came with great momentum and were determined to win. The 3 races of the dragon and phoenix were overturned in one day and eliminated from the world. Their nest. Sui Xiao duo would never let it go. Even at this moment, Li Chenglong had already begun to formulate a plan to eliminate all future troubles. After a while, the soldiers of the astral souls were all silently cleaning up the battlefield. They carefully rummaged through the debris on the ground, hoping to find traces of their brother's existence. During the battle, everyone was risking their lives. They were in a precarious situation and had no time to care about how many people had fallen around them. But now that the battle was over, all the survivors regained their senses and rationality. Everyone was heartbroken and in pain. They choked with sobs as tears streamed down their faces, searching carefully for her dot at the edge. Mu Yanyan stood alone, like a soul that would disappear with the wind at any time, an empty soul. Bai Yunduo was not far from her, paying attention to her. She stood alone, and there was no familiar figure beside her. The 2 familiar figures were nowhere to be seen. Sister Lan had also died in this battle. Now, only a strand of long hair was left when Sister Lan self-destructed. That it proved that the woman who had been silent her whole life and sacrificed her whole life had once lived, fought, and existed. Mu Yanyan clutched Sister Lan's hair tightly in her hand, her eyes empty. Now, at this moment, she couldn't find the meaning of continuing to live. She could clearly feel that this world no longer had anything to do with her. Yu Xingchen, the emperor of the star-plucking emperor, walked over with a complicated expression. After a long time, he sighed softly and said, "Mu Yanyan, you." But Mu Yanyan turned around as if she had been electrocuted and shook her head sadly. "I am Mu Yanyan, and I have nothing to do with the heavenly king of the right." Everyone was silent. Mu Yanyan laughed self-deprecatingly and said softly, as if she was talking in a dream, "He has already left. His wife is waiting for him over there. No matter if they are alive or dead, they are a pair. A pair for life and death, and they are very precious. No matter if it is this life or the next, they are a pair, a pair. I have no right to disturb them." Hearing this, Bai Yunduo and Yu Xingchen only felt a sharp pain in their hearts. For a moment, they were speechless and stunned on the spot. Yu Dongtian got what he wanted and left without any worries. But Mu Yanyan, who was still alive in this world, would bear endless recollection and pain, without any hope. Even more than Yu Dongtian and Qin Fangyang, there was only despair. Because not only did she never have it, but she also never got it. Not only in this life and this life, even in the next life and the next life, she couldn't look forward to in hope. Yu Xingchen scolded with a trembling voice and red eyes, "This bastard. In his last moments. He is still harming people. He didn't harm me. He just misses his wife too much. I understand, I understand." Mu Yanyan whispered, "If you want to blame someone, you can only blame me for having a face that is too similar. I envy the person who has the same face, that's all." Yu Xingchen said with a trembling voice, "Child, you should be the reincarnation of Fenghua. Little you shouldn't be mistaken. Whether I am or not, it doesn't matter anymore. From now on, it is only Mu Yanyan, and it can only be Mu Yanyan." Mu Yanyan smiled bitterly and said, "I'm leaving." Bai Yunduo's body trembled. "Where are you going?" she asked. Mu Yanyan shook her head blankly, "I don't know. The road is under my feet, and I will go wherever I go." "Then why do you have to go? If you stay with us, we—" Bai Yunduo was only halfway through her words. "Please forgive me. I'm going to be a deserter. Because I really don't know who I should fight for, who I should live for. I don't have any goals anymore." Mu Yanyan slowly turned around and bowed to the battlefield that was being cleaned. She slowly but firmly kowtowed 3 times. She was at a loss. I hate you. You miss your wife, but you came to provoke me. After touching my heart, when I began to try to accept and look forward to the future. You only got an apology in return. And you turned into eternal dust, an immortal star. With your death, perhaps you won't let down everyone in the world, you won't let down your brother, you won't let down Nian Fanghua, and you won't let down the entire continent. But you are worthy of me. Are you worthy of me? Should I hate you? She was at a loss for a moment, then stood up and went away like a ghost. Don't follow me. I'm afraid to see you. I don't want to see any acquaintances, and I don't want to remember those old things. Bai Yunduo chased after her for 2 steps, then stopped in a daze. She understood this sentence very well. In the future, no matter who it was. The people present today, if they appeared in front of Mu Yanyan, it would be an unspeakable hurt to her. Mu Yanyan's speed was not fast, and could even be said to be very slow. But it was full of an empty atmosphere, and determination. From afar, everyone could clearly see that the thing that floated away was just an empty shell. It wasn't a living person. Bai Yunduo watched Mu Yanyan gradually go further and further away. She actually widened her eyes and looked at her with tears flowing like a spring. As she slowly went further away, Mu Yanyan's black hair, at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually turned gray and white, and slowly became the same color as her white clothes. A field of snow white. Her white hair fluttered in the mournful wind. Finally, she disappeared into the distant wilderness, and could no longer be seen. He was like a wandering soul that had permanently dissipated between the heavens and the earth. For a moment, she could not help but feel sad, and couldn't help crying bitterly. I left a spiritual imprint on her body. Yu Xingchen said shakily, let this girl calm down for a while, rest for a while. After the war, then. Bai Yunduo shook her head with tears streaming down her face. Along with the shaking of her head, her tears sparkled and scattered everywhere. She did not speak. She did not have the heart to speak. Because she knew, in this life, perhaps no one would be able to find Mu Yanyan, or see Mu Yanyan. As a woman, she knew Mu Yanyan's current situation, and could understand and empathize with her. Old man, you don't understand women. You don't know, when a woman reaches this step, she is really disheartened and has nothing left to live for. Later, the spiritual imprint that Yu Xingchen left on Mu Yanyan, for some reason, disappeared without a trace. In this world, no one had ever seen Mu Yanyan again. Until after the war, when the strong people of this world had left this world for a long, long time. An old lady with white hair and wrinkled skin appeared in Phoenix City's No. 2 high school. No one knew where she came from, and no one knew what her real name was. They only knew that she called herself Ziyun. This old lady Ziyun taught students in Phoenix City's No. 2 high school for a short few years. One day, when the sun rose, purple clouds came from the east, and purple clouds filled the sky. She seemed to suddenly feel something and quietly left Phoenix City's No. 2 high school. Facing the sun, she headed east. From then on, her whereabouts were completely unknown. Chapter 14:19. Take this. Tong Tian handed the absolute heaven poison to Zhou Xiaoduo. Is this really a poison that can kill a sage? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. Yes, it is. Since you know the origin of this thing, do you know how to detoxify it? Zhou Xiaoduo had high hopes for the sect leader. The sect leader shook his head. This thing has never appeared in the world, and I don't know much about it. However, this poison did kill the primordial phoenix in the past. It is no different from a sage, and it might even be stronger than a sage. You can only find a way to detoxify it slowly. At the very least, I can't detoxify it. Perhaps in the future, when your cultivation has reached a level that transcends the way of heaven, you will be able to detoxify it. What should I do now? Should I just let this time bomb stay in my body? Xiao Duo was dumbfounded. What are you afraid of? The sect leader was a little amused. Half of it is in your hands. If your wife still can't sleep peacefully, I really don't know what else is safer. As long as you don't activate it, the poison won't break out even after billions of years have passed. Xiao Duo asked worriedly, will it affect my ability to give birth to a child? The sect leader touched his nose and said, this. I really don't know. You can try it yourself. As far as I know, as long as you don't activate it, it won't affect you too much. That's good. Xiao Duo was relieved. He carefully put away the absolute heaven poison and placed it in his mind's divine sense space. In this way, even if all the experts in the world, including the way of heaven, joined forces, the most they could do was to kill Xiao Duo. However, they would never be able to take away the absolute heaven poison. To think that even a saint would not be able to cure this poison. Looks like I'll have to level up and surpass a saint. The road ahead is long, I can't slack off. Xiao Duo muttered to himself, according to the prime of Tong Tian, Origin Phoenix is not inferior to the sages. She might even be stronger than them. Therefore, it is not safe to just surpass the sages by one level. It would be best to surpass them by a few levels. Only by surpassing 10 levels would I have a 90% chance of success. Nian Nian Cat is also improving with me, so it will be even faster. When I'm able to turn a saint expert into dust with a single breath. I feel that it's about time. At the side, the prime of Tong Tian rolled his eyes. Clearly, he felt offended. His fingers twitched, almost gripping the hilt of his sword. He sighed and said, the other purpose of our visit this time is to bid you farewell. After we return, we will be leaving. Sect Master, may I ask where you plan to go? The starry sky is vast. Where can't I go? Isn't it too fast? No, we're already too late. If we're any later, we won't be able to avoid the vortex of catastrophe. The prime of Tong Tian smiled warmly. Indeed, he could have left long ago. The main reason why he stayed in this world was because he was worried about the relationship between Xiao Duo and Xiaonian and the Phoenix race. Now that he had completely settled it, he could be considered to have returned the karma that Xiao Duo had done back then. He no longer had anything to worry about. Actually, I have a space. I have already opened the earth, fire, water, and wind, and it has become a new world. Xiao Duo said, I remember that you were very interested in some of the completely open worlds that I mentioned. The prime of Tong Tian looked at him from the corner of his eyes. I really don't know where this kid got his courage from. He actually wants to put me and my Jia sect into his space. If it was really as he thought, wouldn't the entire Jia sect become his personal fighters? This brat is really bold. Who gave you the courage? Ahem. I'm just saying. What if you agree? Who can't have a little extravagant hope? Smack. The well-mannered prime of Tong Tian finally broke his cultivation. He could not help but knock on the kid's head. He scolded, get lost. Then, he floated up and disappeared in a flash. However, a ring fell from the sky and accurately landed in Xiaoduo's palm. The prime of Tongtian's voice sounded from the bottom of his heart. This is all the ancient books that I have studied in my life. They are all jade slips and divine consciousness. They can be considered as branches of the Jia sect's inheritance. You can mess them up. When your new world is really opened, it will be scattered in the new world, waiting for fate. Back then, I comprehended and cultivated bit by bit. The descendants can't get it too easily. You don't cherish it. If you don't cherish it, you won't have much motivation to move forward. You can set up any obstacles in this inheritance. I'll entrust it to you completely. If the GS sect doesn't succeed in the starry sky, it will naturally turn into ashes somewhere in the starry sky. Then, this will be the only inheritance of the GS sect. Actually, I really want to see if there will be another prime of Tong Tian after a few years. As for that person, how far can he go? The prime of Tongtian's voice was ethereal and sorrowful. In fact, there was one thing he did not say. There was also the cultivation method that he had created after being trapped in the God investiture tribulation in his life. However, he had only completed half of it, and the process was still being explored. Even the prime of Tong Tian himself did not know how powerful this cultivation method would be. His voice was so faint that only Zhuo Xiaoduo knew it in his heart. In a flash, the prime of Tong Tian disappeared completely. Zhuo Xiaoduo put away the ring carefully. Hearing the prime of Tongtian's words, he thought of something interesting. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild as he looked at the little dragon, who had already devoured the fortunes of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin races, flying back with a satisfied expression. When the new world is really established, I will also throw in everything I have learned in my life. When all the clans are wiped out, I will also throw in the cultivation methods of each clan. I don't know if there will be another prime of Tong Tian, but it will be difficult for another one like me to appear. He. Zhuo Xiaoduo could not help but laugh to himself as he imagined the scene a few years later where someone would treat his foot-washing cloth as a treasure. Should he rub a few mud balls from his body and throw them in? Maybe they would be treated as divine creation pills. Zhuo, what are you laughing at? Why are you laughing so sneakily? Li Chenglong approached and asked curiously. Nothing. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Li Chenglong vigilantly as if he was guarding against a thief. Why are you sneaking here? Why aren't you working? By the way, when will those IOUs be redeemed? Li Chenglong immediately fled. Boss, don't worry. I will repay them in this life. The war was finally over. They were cleaning up the battlefield and preparing to pay respects to the heroes. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already disappeared. He was already on his way to reinforce Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding. In the southern battlefield of the astral souls, the battle between the human race and the demon race had already reached a state where the sun and moon were unable to shine. The devastation of the battle could no longer be described as just shocking. Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding, Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu, and the hundreds of Dao integration stage chaotic essence cultivators and 6 million soldiers that they had brought with them had already been wiped out by the time Zhuo Xiaoyan arrived. That's right, they had been wiped out. There were less than 800,000 soldiers left, and they were still putting up a resistance. This was a casualty ratio of less than 1 in 10. Escape. Strategic retreat. On such a large-scale battlefield, there was no escape. No matter how they tried to escape, they would not be able to. Once they turned their backs to the enemy, they would only die faster than if they were facing the enemy head-on. They were all powerful beings who had experienced hundreds of battles. Who didn't understand this principle? Moreover, they had all rushed over to reinforce the human race. Wouldn't it be the biggest joke if they were to abandon the battle and flee? Even if they knew that they would die if they continued, they could only grit their teeth and persevere with all their might. Every minute counted. The more demons they killed, the more capital they would earn. The soldiers of the astral souls who were still fighting no longer thought about what to do after they survived. Instead, they racked their brains to think about how they could take away as many demon bastards as possible before they left. A series of explosions rang out continuously from all directions. These were the self-detonations of the human warriors and demon warriors. They were continuously self-detonating. They were using all means to kill the enemy. More and more demons gathered. Wu Yuting, Zhou Changlu, Long Yuxing, and Wanli Xiu worked together to support each other. With their tacit cooperation, they were indeed able to stall the demon ancestor Rahu to the greatest extent. However, they no longer had the energy to take care of the others on the battlefield. The demon ancestor was too strong. The god-slaying spear's lethality was too fierce. It was beyond their imagination. When the four of them joined forces, their combined combat strength should be above the demon ancestors. In fact, they were much stronger than him. However, the actual battle situation was that they were suppressed by the demon ancestor Rahu alone. Not only were they at a disadvantage, they were also constantly injured. If the four of them did not have a large piece of heaven-mending stone on them, if one of them was in danger, the other would have to risk his life to save them. Perhaps none of the four of them would be able to survive until now. However, since the battle had reached this stage, they could only try their best to hold on. They could only drag it on for as long as they could. Zhou Zhonglu's cultivation was the strongest among the four of them, but he was also the one who suffered the most injuries. His entire body was riddled with wounds, and his entire body was riddled with holes that had been pierced by the god-slaying spear. In the end, the heaven-mending stone had also turned into powder in his hands, and there was no longer any leeway to turn it around. That he could not help but turn to look at his wife. Wu Yuting's condition looked even more miserable than his. Her hair was disheveled, her body was covered with cuts and bruises, and her face was deathly pale. The heaven-mend stone in her hand had been used up even earlier than Zhou Zhonglu's. Long Yuxing staggered. At this point, he no longer had the strength to transform into the azure dragon. He could only hold on with all his might. One of Wan Lixiu's shoulders had been injured and shattered. She had used up the last of the heaven-mending stone. Unfortunately, the remaining energy was not enough to heal her injuries. Fortunately, the demon ancestor Rahu was also not having it easy. The wounds on his body were even more than the four people in front of him. He did not have the heaven-mending stone to heal himself. The demonic aura of the god-slaying spear was also dim. However, his overall situation was still much stronger than the four of them. However, the demon ancestor Rahu did not expect that the four human ants in front of him would be able to fight him for so long. Even though they were defeated, pushed back, injured, and seriously injured, they still charged forward again and again to block his path. They were not afraid of death. They knew that if they continued to fight, they would definitely die. There was no chance of luck. However, none of them retreated. They had already spent too much time in this battle. Let's end this. The demon ancestor Rahu raised the god-slaying spear. Copious demonic aura was poured into it. The god-slaying spear shone brightly again. Zhou Changlu laughed. Ha ha ha. The demon ancestor is indeed an invincible expert. To have such a battle, this life is worthy of you. This life is worthy of you. Long Yuxing coughed and laughed, then followed up with a sentence. The demon ancestor took a deep breath and said, "Left Minister of Astral Souls, I admit today that you are a good opponent. It's a pity that you can no longer continue. This battle should end. With this attack, I will send you on your way. To be called an opponent by the demon ancestor, I am deeply honored." Zhou Changlu used all his strength to lift the Sky Patrol saber and propped himself up. He said, "This day in life is inevitable. Please." The four of them struggled to stand up. They gathered their remaining strength and waited for the final attack. The demon ancestor roared and was about to attack. At this moment, his eyes suddenly flashed. He took 3 steps back for the first time. In front of him, the space suddenly tore apart. A chilling light surged out forcefully. Demon Ancestor Rahu, don't be presumptuous. In the blink of an eye, thousands of miles were wrapped in silver. All the demon soldiers in this area were turned into ice sculptures. Although the Tao integration stage Chaotic Prime and above did not turn into ice sculptures, they still had difficulty moving. Even the god-slaying spear was covered in frost. Demon Ancestor Rahu, you haven't won yet. His white robe flickered as Zhuoxiaoyan stepped forward. The Spirit Snatcher's sword flashed with cold light. She stood in front of Zhuo Chonglu and the others. Zhuoxiaoyan had been rushing with all his might, and at the last moment, he finally arrived. She could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw that her parents were still alive despite their injuries. Then, Yun Xiao, Xiao, and Zhu Yan appeared in a flash from the torn space. The ice flame-blazing sky swept over. As the ice sculpture was ignited by the sky-scorching ice flame, Zhu Yan swiftly moved Zhuo Zhonglu and the other 3 to the rear. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao controlled the Grand Sun primordial fire and added another sea of flames to the icy plain, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. In less than 10 breaths, the surging Grand Sun primordial fire forcefully separated the armies of the 2 races. It even used the blazing Grand Sun primordial fire as a barrier to divide the battle into 2. After forcing Rahu to retreat, Zhuoxiaoyan's ice flames followed the direction of the Grand Sun primordial fire and continued to spread out. Everywhere it passed, all the demon experts were attacked by frost. Those with weaker cultivation were all frozen into ice sculptures. Yun Xiao held the golden dragon scissors and leaped into the air. Her power was locked onto the demon ancestor. Demon Ancestor Rahu's condition is not good now. It's better not to act rashly. Yun Xiao said calmly, don't force me to make a move and create unnecessary karma. Rahu saw the opportunity and did not continue the battle. He glanced at Yun Xiao and Zhuoxiaoyan, laughed, and flew away. His actions were extremely carefree. He was well aware that he was in a slightly better state than Zhuo Zhonglu and the other 3. However, he wasn't sure how much stronger he was. In fact, he was almost like an arrow at the end of its flight. If he was facing an ordinary opponent, he might be able to put up a fight. But facing Zhuoxiaoyan and Yun Xiao, if he forced himself to fight, not only would he be left with irreparable injuries, he might not even be able to withstand the joint attack of Zhuoxiaoyan and Yun Xiao. With that thought, he turned around and said calmly, since the astral soul's continent is not destined to die, then today's battle will end here. After saying that, he gave the order to retreat. The battle ended the moment the reinforcements of the astral souls arrived. The god-slaying spear circled in the air and slowly landed. Demon Ancestor Rahu waved his hand and kept the god-slaying spear. He did not stay any longer and turned to leave. The demon army retreated quickly like the tide. Zhuoxiaoyan still couldn't believe it until the demon army had retreated to the end of the horizon. They retreated just like that. What did I do? Why did the demon ancestor retreat the moment I arrived? Am I that powerful? Zhuoxiaoyan turned around and looked at Fairy Yun Xiao, not knowing what to do. Yun Xiao knew very well. She even guessed what demon ancestor Rahu was thinking. The current situation was very clear. Other than saint-level experts, no one in the world could face the siege of Zhuo Chonglu and the other 3 experts for a few hours without suffering any losses. Although demon ancestor Rahu was extremely powerful and was second only to saint-level experts, he was not a saint-level expert after all. The reason why a saint-level expert was a saint-level expert was that other than his realm, his recovery speed was much faster than other realms. Strictly speaking, it was purely based on combat strength without using the saint-level domain. There was not much difference between a saint-level expert's power and a saint-level expert's power. In a short battle, it was hard to say who would have the upper hand. However, as the battle dragged on, the difference in their states would appear. A saint-level expert could be at the peak of his power for a long time, but a saint-level expert would not be able to recover in time due to the huge amount of output. Demon ancestor Rahu was the best representative of this type. With the god-slaying spear in hand, he was quite confident even if he faced a saint-level expert. In a head-on battle, he could really have the upper hand for a certain period of time. This was the fundamental reason why Sui Changlu and the other 3 experts could not defeat him even when they joined forces. This demon was really powerful, so powerful that it was shocking. However, Rahu was facing the joint forces of 4 experts, including Sui Changlu and Wu Yuding, 2 saint-level experts. After such a long battle, he had consumed a lot of energy. When he was exhausted, a new enemy suddenly appeared. Other than being difficult to defeat, another extremely important thing was that most of the other operations had failed. In other words, at least one of them had failed. What was worse was that Sui Xiaoyan and Yun Xiao were in their peak states when they arrived. Didn't this mean that the battle over there had ended very easily? Under such circumstances, demon ancestor Rahu quickly came to a conclusion. Even if he used all his trump cards and won the battle, he would most likely not be able to kill his way in from this side. Moreover, Rahu was not confident that he could defeat the 2 major forces in front of him and the danger of their death. Sui Xiaoyan and Yun Xiao were both related to Grandmaster Tong Tian. One was his disciple, and the other was the benefactor of the Jia sect. No matter which of the 2 was hurt by him, he would inevitably have to face Grandmaster Tong Tian. Among all the sages, Rahu was most afraid of Grandmaster Tong Tian. The other sages were more concerned about their reputation and were not good at attacking. Even if he faced them directly, Rahu was confident that he could escape unscathed. However, Grandmaster Tong Tian was also in charge of killing weapons. His murderous heart was not inferior to Rahu's. He was also a very protective ancestor. Once provoked, he would not rest until one of them was dead. Especially now that the Jia sect had no target, it was the delicate moment before they left that they were bored out of their wits. If fiend ancestor Rahu caused trouble at this time, it was very likely that it would be a super luxurious gift for the departure of the Jia sect. Rahu could even imagine that if he killed Yun Xiao, the entire Jia sect would descend on his head with a bang. They would beat him up crazily and turn him into ashes. Then, they would leave satisfied that that was probably the case. On the other hand, if fiend ancestor Rahu was defeated by Sui Xiaoyan and Yun Xiao because of fatigue and injuries, or died in their hands, not only would the Grandmaster of Heaven and the entire Jia sect not care, but they would also praise him and spread the news everywhere. It was the same as using the fiend ancestor's life and eternal reputation as a springboard to help the 2 girls. Fiend ancestor Rahu was naturally even more unwilling to do such a thing. That's my life. Therefore, fiend ancestor Rahu turned around and left without hesitation. He could not stop now. He had to weigh the pros and cons and retreat. Fiend ancestor Rahu could roam the world unhindered. How could he be a brave man? How could he not understand the pros and cons? He retreated as soon as he said so. He did not hesitate at all. After Rahu left for a while, he, who had already left the continent, clearly sensed something. The ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the ancestral Qilin have fallen. Fiend ancestor Rahu was speechless. They died just like that. Rahu's malicious eyes looked in the direction of the astral souls and did not move for a long time. If I were to fight against the combined forces of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin. In terms of combined combat strength, the dragon and phoenix would be stronger after a long battle. However, I can use the power of the god-slaying spear to kill one of them. Although I will inevitably have to pay a price, it is more likely that I will have to escape at least one or two of them. It will be difficult to chase after them. Fiend Ancestor Rahu felt fear for the first time. Could it be that the person who attacked is stronger than me? Is he closer to the Saint Realm than me? Thinking of this, he immediately ordered the demon army to retreat another 8,000 kilometers. As he thought about it, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have seen Zhu Yan just now. His heart trembled, so he ordered all troops to retreat to the demon continent. But in fact, Fiend Ancestor Rahu had obviously overinterpreted the fall of the three heads. He only sensed the fall of the dragon and the phoenix, but he didn't expect that the dragon, the phoenix, and the Qilin would be in the same situation as him. After a great battle, they would meet Sua Xiaoduo, who was at his peak. Of course, even if Sua Xiaoduo took advantage of the situation, the number of people in the world who were qualified to do so could be counted on one hand. The demon army finally retreated. Sua Zhonglu and Wu Yuting finally heaved a sigh of relief. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu also felt the same way. The four of them felt relaxed at the same time. Then, they fainted one after another. There was only one thing to be thankful for: they won. Sua Xiaoyan rushed over. She first checked on her parents' condition and fed them a few pills. Then, Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu, and finally, she ordered the remaining leaders of the demon army to gather. She gave out a large number of pills to stabilize the injured and pull the dying back. As for cleaning up the battlefield, it could be delayed. At the moment, they had to save the lives of those who could survive first. After busying herself for a while, she stood up and looked at the scene of devastation. She couldn't help but sigh deeply. As far as the eye could see, there were corpses that stretched as far as the eye could see. In some places, there were even piles of corpses that were tens of meters high. In many other places, there were huge pits, which should have been caused by the explosion. However, each of these huge pits was filled with corpses. The pungent smell could not be blown away even if Sua Xiaoyan waved her hand to summon a strong wind. Plumes of thick smoke rose from the battlefield and were blown far away by the wind. The wind whistled and whimpered. It was as if the souls of tens of millions of people who had died in the battle were hovering in the air, unwilling to leave. A total of 6 million soldiers, 5,219,327 died in the battle, and the rest were seriously injured. Sua Zhonglu's battle against the fiend race was desperate to the point where it could not be any more desperate. In the entire continent, only Sua Zhonglu and his wife could complete this task and hold on until Sua Xiaoyan's reinforcements arrived. Even if Sua Xiaoduo and Sua Xiaoyan were here, they might not be able to do it. Only Sua Zhonglu, who was astute, calm, and steady, could present such a result of the battle. In short, when Sua Xiaoduo arrived, not only was the battle over, even the battlefield was almost cleaned up. Countless corpses of demons were gathered together and turned into thousands of mountains. Then, they were gathered together and burned. They had to be burned. After the battle, if these corpses were not dealt with properly, it could easily cause a huge plague to sweep across the entire continent. The corpses of the warriors of astral souls were also being burned. However, each of them had a place to return to. Under the careful care of their comrades who were still alive, their ashes were collected and placed together with the relics they found. With so many corpses, it was naturally impossible to pull all of them back. However, out of the 5,210,000 soldiers who sacrificed their lives, only less than 2 million of them were left with ashes. The rest only had a name. Many of them were found on the flower list before the war, because the troops they were in had completely disappeared. From the commander to the ordinary soldiers, not a single one of them was left. And such troops were not a small number. They could be found almost everywhere. After all, nearly 90% of the 6 million soldiers had died. Such a tragic result caused all the surviving Star Soul warriors to feel a heart-wrenching pain, as if their guts had been cut to pieces. After Zhuo Chonglu woke up and learned about the result of the battle, he almost fainted from the heartache. "How's the situation in Shangjing?" Zhuo Chonglu asked. After learning about the situation in Shangjing, Zhuo Chonglu was speechless for a long time. His whole body was trembling slightly. One day. In just one short day. The continent of astral souls lost 50 million elite soldiers. Most of these dead soldiers were veterans who had fought in the Sun and Moon Pass for more than 100 years. Every single one of them was the best of the best. They were elites who had been fighting with the Omno Alliance for thousands of years. They had been through countless trials and tribulations to cultivate these elites. After the battle, 50 million of them had died. Zhuo Chonglu clutched his chest in heartache. His face was pale and he didn't breathe for a long time. "There's no war for now. Return to Shangjing and prepare to pay respects to the martyrs." After Zhuo Chonglu finished speaking, he walked out with Wu Yuding. He checked the names, belongings, and family information of every soldier who had died in the battle. He looked at the names that used to be alive, but now they were silently curled up in a palm-sized jar. "All of you are 8 feet tall. Brothers, you are all curled up in this small jar. Can you even move freely?" Zhuo Chonglu didn't even look at 1% of the names, but he already felt that he couldn't control his emotions. But he still persevered and looked at them one by one. "They are all my brothers. They have gone on their way. But I have to look at every single one of them." Zhuo Chonglu looked at them one by one. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. The familiar names made his heart tremble. It was as if he could still hear the vows of these warriors in front of him. "We are willing to follow the minister and fight hundreds of battles. Protect my home, protect my people. What is there to fear? I will die 10,000 deaths." When he closed his eyes, he could still feel them charging behind him. He could still hear them roaring resolutely, "Kill." Zhuo Chonglu's tears flowed down his cheeks. He remembered some of the names clearly. These people had been at the Sun and Moon Pass since they were young. They had been fighting for thousands of years, but they had never enjoyed the prosperity of the world. In their long lives compared to ordinary people, they had only been fighting. Before the war, there was once a warrior who laughed and said, "After this war, I will definitely ask for leave to go back and see the legendary feasts and the legendary modern pleasures. I have lived my whole life, but I have never even gone to a nightclub." Now, they were all lying in this small jar. They would never have the chance to see it again. They had given their all, their lives, to protect the prosperity of the world, to stabilize their homes, and to create peace. But they didn't even get to see their achievements until they died. It's not fair. I am too harsh. Zhuo Chonglu looked up at the sky and sighed. Brothers, if there is a next life, I hope you can still be my soldiers. At that time, I will create all the benefits for you. I can't bear to part with you. Don't worry, I will take care of all the funeral matters. I will protect all the family members. I will not allow them to be bullied. Leave in peace. We will meet again in the next life. I hope to share the prosperity of the world with you in the next life. I hope that in the next life, there will be no war, no danger, no hardship, only peace and harmony. This life is too tiring for all of you. Take a break, take a break. Chapter 1420. 5 days later. 3 teams led by Zhuo Xiaoduo, Zhou Xiaonian, and Li Chenglong had returned from annihilating the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin races. From this moment on, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin races were history. Even all the inheritances of the three races had been looted by Zhou Xiaoduo. At this moment, a majestic monument had been erected in Shangjing City. Behind the monument was a huge palace that was far more majestic and solemn than the imperial palace. Heroic Spirit Palace. Memorial tablets were placed inside. The few people in the middle had portraits, and the ones in front of the portraits were their individual memorial tablets. They were the Heavenly King of the Right, Yu Dongtian, Wang Feihong, Qin Fangyang, Saber Demon, and other heroes who had perished in the heavenly tribulation. The doors of the Heroic Spirit Palace opened, and the people who had come to pay their respects filed in. This was the unanimous decision of everyone. Annihilate the three races completely and offer sacrifices to the heroic spirits with the ashes of the primordial gods. Now, this day had finally arrived. In the portrait, Yu Dongtian stood with his hands behind his back and stood in the clouds. White clouds flew wildly, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. There was no trace of his previous cynicism. There was only disdain and infinite sharpness in his eyes. Wang Feihong stood with his sword behind his back, his face cold and proud. Qin Fangyang's face was filled with a warm smile, but his eyes were filled with determination. Behind him were rows of memorial tablets. They were so densely packed that it was too much for the eye to take in. Wang Lingyun's memorial tablet was placed behind Wang Feihong. Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding stood in front of Yu Dongtian's memorial tablet and stared at the name on it for a long time. Finally, they could not help but tremble, and tears fell like rain. Little Yu, Wu Yuding cried out in pain, feeling as if her heart and liver had been shattered. I've raised you for so many years. But I've never thought that there would be a day when I have to send you off. Why don't you come out and push the blame again? You heartless thing. Wu Yuding's tears gushed out like a fountain. If you leave like this, who will you be able to face? Zhou Changlu took a deep breath and tried his best to stabilize himself before supporting his wife. His feelings for Yu Dongtian were no less than his own wife. At this moment, he felt as if a pot had been opened in his heart. On the other side, Yu Xingchen was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Silently, tears rolled down his cheeks. Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others all knelt in front of Qin Fangyang's memorial tablet with tears streaming down their faces. Teacher! Teacher! Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiu, Li Chengming, and the other 5 students from Phoenix City's second high school knelt and kowtowed. They were paying homage to this teacher who had single-handedly created their knowledge, martial arts foundation, outlook on life, and values. He had always been a role model for them. From the beginning to the end, Qin Fangyang had always been their guiding light in their lives. Later on, they were promoted to Hidden Dragon Academy. Later on, Qin Fangyang went to the capital to teach. Later on, when he came to Phoenix City, he single-handedly fought against 3 tribes and protected the capital. It's said that in the new society, there's no need to kneel. But how can a teacher like this not be worthy of our worship? Teacher Qin will be our teacher for life. To be taught by such a teacher in this lifetime is the blessing of 3 lifetimes. Zhou Xiaoduo's tears gushed out like a fountain. From the moment he entered the martial arts class, the past was still vivid in his mind. Every detail of the past flashed before his eyes. For a moment, he felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Everyone bowed in unison, their eyes full of respect as they looked at the group of people. They were the true high-ranking officials of the human race, and the hope of resisting the other races. They were the true main force. It was also them who held up the sky of the entire human world, preventing the star-soul human race from being annihilated. Greetings to the minister and the emperor. Zhuo Chonglu waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Go in and pay your respects to the heavenly king and our brothers." He could only wave his hand, and the group of people disappeared without a trace. Everyone respectfully watched them leave. Then, group by group, they filed in to pay their respects to the heroic spirit palace and mourn the martyrs. The construction of the heroic spirit palace added a sense of solemnity to the whole of Shangjing City. The entire Yu clan was dressed in mourning clothes as they sent the heavenly king of the right off. There were hundreds of thousands of people who came spontaneously along the way. If it weren't for the ban, the number would have only increased. It would have been reasonable for all the people of Shangjing City to send him off. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others went to the heavenly king of the Yu clan to offer incense. At night, the high-ranking officials of the astral souls gathered together. Zhuo Chonglu, Wu Yuding, Qin Sha, Sword Sovereign, the four great commanders, Lei Changtian, Zhuo Xiaoduo, Zhuo Xiaonian, Li Chenglong, and the others were all present. Daoist Lei and the others from the Dao League also rushed over. However, they were all seated at the back. The 5 Daoists looked haggard. They didn't have the sage-like demeanor of the past. Their hair was really white, but they didn't look childish at all. The high-ranking officials of the astral souls were all present. Only Yu Xingchen wasn't here. Today was the day of Yu Dongtin's funeral. Emperor Zhai Xing had returned to the Yu clan early. Tonight, this old man must be very sad. Zhuo Zhonglu and Wu Yuding weren't the only ones who had to send off their children. Yu Xingchen was the one who had to bear the pain of losing his son. Everyone was very sad about the death of Yu Dongtian, Qin Fangyang, and the others. However, they had to live on. No matter who died in the cataclysm, it could happen in the blink of an eye. Nothing was impossible. For example, Zhuo Chonglu, Qin Fangyang, and the others were in a precarious situation when they fought against the demon race's Luo Ho. If Zhuo Xiaonian and Yun Shao hadn't arrived in time, they would have most likely died. Even though they defeated the allied forces of the 5 races, there were still many difficulties ahead. They couldn't afford to be careless. For us, we've passed the most difficult stage in the struggle for hegemony over the continent. After this battle, not only the Dragon race, Phoenix race, and Qilin race were completely annihilated. The Lord of Azura, Nether River Patriarch, has also suffered great losses. His overall strength has fallen to the bottom of all the races. He can't reach the top anymore. Also, the Dao League has decided to submit to the astral souls and integrate into the astral souls. The spirit race isn't known for their combat strength, and they're not good at fighting. If we persuade them nicely, they might follow the example of the Dao League. What's left are the Wu people, the demon race, the Western sect, and the demon race. Zhuo Chonglu reported the situation in a low voice. The demon race suffered great losses in this battle. They lost more than 30 million soldiers. However, this isn't the main point. After all, as long as the demon race has demon ancestor Luo Ho, it's enough to pose a great threat to us. Zhuo Chonglu said slowly, the most important thing is that after the battle a few days ago, I can clearly feel that there's a strange fluctuation in the demon ancestor Luo Ho's cultivation. It's very likely that he comprehended a new realm during the battle. In other words, he might be on the verge of a breakthrough, or even in the midst of a breakthrough. If my feeling is right. At this point, Zhuo Chonglu sighed. Wu Yuding, Long Yuxing, and Wan Lixiu didn't look good either. Everyone was astonished. The demon ancestor Luo Ho's breakthrough should be facilitated by the few of us. Zhuo Chonglu explained rather helplessly. At that time, the 4 of them were trying their best to deal with the demon ancestor. Naturally, they neglected that in this battle, the demon ancestor wasn't the only one bullying them. The four of them fought back with all their strength, which also posed a great threat to the demon ancestor Luoho. The experience of walking on the edge of life and death in battle had always been to strengthen one's foundation, accumulate experience, and even break through one's current realm. Therefore, a breakthrough in battle wasn't a rare thing for a heavenly son of heaven. However, no one would have thought that the opponent they thought they were just trying their best to deal with and barely holding on would have a difficult time coping with it. It even made this old demon, who had no scruples in the ancient times, have a realization because of the fierce battle that he kept using the pressure of the four of them to taste the danger of life and death again and again, and then tried the possibility of a breakthrough. In fact, if one thought about it carefully, although Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuting had just broken through to the sage to be level, they were fundamentally at the same realm as the demon ancestor. Their all-out attack could of course pose a considerable threat to the demon ancestor. There was also Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu. The combined strength of the four of them wasn't weaker than the demon ancestor. They could really surpass him. However, the upper limit of strength was never the same as the limit of strength. Zhuo Chonglu, who knew the truth of this, felt that this wave was simply fucked up. We were fighting with our lives, but the other party was using our lives. Ever since he became the Sky Inspecting Minister, this was the first time he had tasted such a feeling. However, he was helpless and couldn't interrupt the other party's realization. He could only follow the other party's pace. This was because if he relaxed, one of the four of them would probably die immediately. As long as any part of their cooperation was broken, the other three would only be defeated faster. Especially in the situation at that time, no one was allowed to leave the battlefield and escape alone. This is fine. The next time we meet the demon ancestor, let me deal with him. I don't believe he can overturn the heavens. Zhuo Xiaoduo said sarcastically. This sentence instantly attracted 3 rolls of eyes. Zhuo Chonglu, Wu Yuting, and Lei Chongtian. Dad, Mom, and Grandpa. In one sentence, Zhuo Xiaoduo had collectively offended them. Zhuo Chonglu was indescribably unhappy. You mean I'm not as good as you? And the kind that's greatly inferior to you? Wu Yuting also felt the same. Even if you're stronger than your mother, you don't have to announce it like this, right? Are you not putting your mother in your eyes and heart? You're really too unfilial. There was also Lei Chongtian, who had a stomach full of strange feelings. Deal with the demon ancestor. I'll let you deal with the demon ancestor. What the fuck? Although he knew that the demon ancestor they were talking about wasn't him, he still felt uncomfortable. After all, that was his nickname. Do you think you can deal with me? You brat, are you trying to rebel? Don't you know how to be filial? Lei Chongtian was full of displeasure. He couldn't help but snort a few times. Zhuo Chonglu's gaze immediately swept across his face. Lei Chongtian suddenly became serious. He said flatteringly, "Boss, what's your order?" Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuting's faces darkened at the same time. On the side, Yun Zhonghu, Nanjing Qian, and the others were expressionless. They looked up at the sky. The beam in this room was really worth studying. Everything else was insignificant. They were all younger brothers. Then there's the demon race. Zhuo Chonglu thought for a long time when he mentioned the demon race. He said, "Xiao Duo, in your opinion, is it feasible to have a gentleman's battle with the demon race?" Everyone's expression became serious. A gentleman's battle. If they could really have a gentleman's battle with the demon race to decide the winner, it would be enough to avoid countless casualties. In terms of strength, the demon race was the strongest race. If they avoided the final battle, they could easily avoid hundreds of millions of casualties. But, would the demon race agree? Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered for a long time and smiled bitterly. I'm really not sure about this. If it's a battle with the Wu people, it's possible. But the demon race. It's difficult. The reason why I didn't mention the Wu people is because of this. Zhu Wu of the 8 great clans has returned to the world. Although the overall combat power of the Wu people has soared to the top of all races, a gentleman can bully them. I mean, we can take it slowly with the Wu people. There will be plenty of opportunities. Zhou Changlu sighed and said, the most difficult thing to deal with now is the Western sect. I still can't see through them. What are the 2 sages thinking? Zhou Xiaoduo said, previously, sect leader Tong Tian said that this clear heavens tribulation is the only chance for the sages to escape. So, the 3 pure ones left one after another at the beginning of the clear heavens tribulation. And sect leader Tong Tian will leave immediately after helping us this time. Because once the continent is united, the heavenly Tao will be complete and will be controlled by the heavenly Tao again. Zhou Xiaoduo pondered and said, does this mean the 2 sages of the Western sect will also leave? If they leave, what will they do? On the other hand, if they can't let go of the Western sect, will they do something else? Anyway, I don't believe that they will be willing to be the pawns of the heavenly Tao forever. Everyone fell into deep thought. This was indeed a confusing and inexplicable situation. Zhou Xiaonian frowned and thought for a long time. Then, she said, Dad, if you become a sage, will you be willing to be the pawns of the heavenly Tao forever? This question was really earth-shattering. Zhou Changlu pondered and pondered. After a long time, he answered, everything in the world has its advantages and disadvantages. This time, the clear heavens tribulation made me break through and become a sage to be. After the battle with the demon ancestor, not only did the demon ancestor's bottleneck loosen, there is a great chance for him to go further. I also gained a considerable amount of benefits. I feel that I'm not too far away from that step. If I can become a sage, then, as long as the human race can exist forever and become the dominator of the continent, in the future, we can live in peace and prosperity. So what if I become the pawns of the heavenly Tao? What if the human race can't become the final dominator? Yun Zhonghu asked. Then, there's no need to think about it. Zhou Changlu smiled casually. Because if that's the case, I would have already fallen in the battle for the survival of my race. I'm afraid I won't even have the chance to become the pawns of the heavenly Tao. Everyone was silent, but they could not help but admire him. This sentence had already carried out Zhou Changlu's life. He would do his best until his death. He would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. As long as the human race exists, he would naturally protect them. The human race would only cease to exist after he fell. It was that simple. Everyone's work was done. Naturally, it was Li Chenglong's turn next. While everyone was talking, Li Chenglong had already finished drawing a new map of the continent. The Dao League's dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin were no longer included on the map. Although the Azura tribe had not been destroyed yet, Li Chenglong's map did not show the extent of their power. Obviously, in the eyes of the swollen military advisor, the Azura tribe was no longer a concern. The human race, the spirit race, the Wu people, the demons, and the Western sect. Li Chenglong pointed at the 5 directions on the map. The human race is now in the northernmost area. Another great advantage after this battle is that we don't have to consider the possibility of being attacked from the front and back. The Wu people are in the south. The spirit race, the demons, and the Western sect are in the east, south, southeast, and southwest respectively. However, in the general direction, we don't need to send troops to guard the north. We don't need to send troops to the west either. The troops of the entire continent can be concentrated on this line. Our other advantage is This line happens to be the Sun Moon Pass and Whitehead Mountain. The weakness is the Dao League's defense line. There is no heroic soul pass. Li Chenglong said, that way, if the enemy attacks, be it the demons, the astrals, or the monsters, they'll all be heading towards the Dao Alliance continent. They definitely won't choose to attack the Sun Moon Pass or Whitehead Mountain. If the Wu people want to attack us, they will have to go through the Sun Moon Pass. The threat of the Wu people. Can we ignore it for now? Li Chenglong asked. After all, the astral souls and the Wu people were in an alliance before. Of course, no one could be sure whether the Wu people would break the alliance agreement and attack them. After all, it was no longer a matter of victory or defeat. It was a matter of the survival of the human race. It involved the entire race and went beyond principles. Any noble hero could instantly become the most despicable and shameless bastard in the eyes of the enemy. There would be no criticism. If one still talked about loyalty and principles with the enemy when it came to the survival of the human race, then one was not a hero, but an idiot. Therefore, no one could guarantee that the Umno alliance would not add insult to injury. Right now, Li Chenglong also had a headache. We can't find the target. Right now, the battle between the Wu people, the demon race, and the Western sect is still ongoing. Li Chenglong rubbed his eyebrows and said, then let's do this first. Order Taoist Thunder and the others to build the Brave Soul Pass while moving the people. The requirement must be no less than 5,000 passes. Besides, we have to prepare more than 200 million elite soldiers. The kind that can be deployed at any time. We can't just be their protection. They have to pay a price. If the Dao Alliance doesn't do anything and we protect them all, what's the point of belonging to them? Isn't it like raising rice worms? Taoist Thunder, Taoist Wind, and Shuang Shuiyu's faces turned red. Their breaths were heavy, but they couldn't do anything. Because although Li Chenglong's words were impolite, it was an ironclad fact. If you don't do anything, why do we need you? Okay. We will do our best. Taoist Thunder said with a dark face. It's not about doing your best. It's about doing it. Li Chenglong's face was stern as he said in an impartial manner, 5,000 brave souls must be passed. The quality of the brave souls must be met. Furthermore, 200 million elite soldiers can only be more, not less. This is the sincerity that the Dao Alliance must show. Taoist Thunder sighed and said firmly, we will do it. Only then did Li Chenglong give up. Taoist Wind sent a voice transmission to Taoist Thunder indignantly, Boss, this little bastard is taking revenge on the Dao Alliance for assassinating them back then. He's too narrow-minded. Such a narrow-minded person. But halfway through the transmission, Taoist Thunder stopped him with a stern look. What time is it now? You're still in the mood to talk about this. Are your eyes blind? Previously, the 5 of us were considered the best in this group of people. Naturally, we had the right to speak. However, the 5 of us are actually ranked last amongst this group of people. Moreover, this is because the Dao Alliance can't find anyone with a higher cultivation base than the 5 of us. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to attend this meeting. Now, you still want to talk about the assassination back then. Are you looking for trouble for yourself or for the Dao Alliance? Now that they had decided to join the Alliance, they were a family. Their interests were aligned. What was the point of talking about these things? It was really inappropriate to talk about being persecuted. Taoist Thunder still believed in Zhuo Chonglu on this point. If Li Chenglong really had selfish motives, Zhuo Chonglu would definitely stop him. To be fair, Li Chenglong's request, at least in Taoist Thunder's opinion, was reasonable. At most, his tone was a little harsh. That was all. When it came to a real war, there would definitely be sacrifices. But the higher-ups of astral souls could not bring themselves to use the entire Dao Alliance army as cannon fodder. Zhuo Chonglu looked at Li Chenglong and the others with a comforting gaze. With so many people here, Zhuo Chonglu could see the prosperity of the human race. There was hope for the future. Previously, the entire continent couldn't even gather half of such a large force. But now that things were really different now. Just looking at these energetic young people, Zhuo Chonglu was suddenly filled with confidence. The current situation of the continent was improving bit by bit. Everything was moving in the direction of the ideal. What else did he have to worry about? The foundation of this group of little fellows was shockingly deep. In the past, there was not a single genius like them. That's all for now. Li Chenglong decided. Let's wait for the battle between the Umno Alliance, the demon race, and the Western sect to come to an end before we continue. Let's see what the outcome of this battle is. Only then can we sort out the situation and take advantage of the situation. Hence, the meeting ended. 3 days later, the battle between the witches, demons, and Buddhists finally came to an end. Astral souls attacked from all directions. It seemed chaotic, but in fact, it ended in less than a day. Although the battle was tragic and the casualties were shocking, it was short. The battle between the witches, demons, and Western sect lasted for 10 days. The demon race suffered heavy casualties. The Wu people also suffered heavy casualties and almost caused internal strife. This was because the higher-ups of the Wu people suffered casualties. 3 Grand Magi died in battle. Grand Magi Lei Bao, Grand Magi Ran Zhu, and Grand Magi Zhu all died in this battle. This was the first time in tens of thousands of years that a Grand Magi of the Wu people had died. It was unprecedented. The reason for this situation was because of a wrong judgment of the situation. Because of the wrong order and wrong timing, they attacked and lost their lives. The Flood Witch was heartbroken. She directly went to find Dijiang Zhu Wu, who was in charge of the battle command, and quarreled. She directly smashed Dijiang Zhu Wu's table into pieces and pointed at his nose. She was extremely sad and angry. What do you fucking know? So what if you're older? Do you know how to command? Do you understand the battlefield? This is war. This is not a fight in the martial arts world. War requires teamwork. It's not the same as the one-on-one battles in the ancient times. Dijiang Zhu Wu's face darkened and he did not say anything. However, Chongliang Zhu Wu stood up and refuted the flood. In other words, there was naturally a unified strategy in war. You're just a junior. How could you have the right to speak here? The Flood Witch was even angrier. She stood up on the spot and argued with each other. The situation took a turn for the worse. In the end, the Flood Witch and Chongliang Zhu Wu fought on the spot. In the battle, Chongliang Zhu Wu was seriously injured. He was almost smashed into ashes by Flood's Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. The Great Fire Magi and the other Zhu Wu came up to mediate the fight. It was not easy to persuade both sides. The Flood Witch was still angry. She held 2 hammers and pointed at the other Zhu Wu. She said loudly, "If I had known that you would do this, I wouldn't have tried so hard to rescue you. In the past tens of thousands of years, we've done a very good job. With one heart, there's nothing we can't do in this world. In the face of countless strong enemies, we can always maintain the situation of the Wu people. When have we ever caused the death of any of our brothers? We can have the current situation. We have allies outside and we are united inside. But as soon as you came out, you became the enemy of the whole world. Now, because of a wrong strategic decision, you've ruined 3 of my good brothers. If I had known, why would I have saved you? Did we save you just to harm our brothers' lives? You don't understand strategy or tactics. Why do you have the power to command in your hands? Do you really think that it's still the ancient times, where you can be brave and have nothing to worry about? So what if you're a hero? What's the use of having heroes who don't feel sorry for their deaths? Why would we let you ruin the elites of the Wu people? The Flood Witch scolded for a long time. All the Zhu Wu were red in the face and couldn't say anything. Even as the Flood Witch scolded, he still couldn't calm down. Instead, he became more and more depressed. He had no confidence in the future of the Wu people. The 12 shamans of the Umno Alliance have never been killed. Their fate is complete. They are the foundation of the Umno Alliance. Originally, when the 8 Zhu Wu returned, their fate suddenly flourished. However, their fate is unstable and will inevitably decline. Now that 3 shamans have died, this will be the starting point of the gradual decline of the Wu people's fate. Perhaps the fate of the Wu people is to fight against the heavens and the earth and then die. It was like this in the ancient times, and it's still like this now. What can we do if our fate is like this? The Flood Witch turned and left. His entire body was filled with desolation. He had painstakingly maintained the situation for tens of thousands of years, but in the end, he only hoped to return to this situation. The Flood Witch's heart was as cold as death. The overall strength of the Umno Alliance had indeed increased. How could it not be strong with the addition of 8 pre-saints? Looking at all the races in the universe, who could bring out a lineup of 8 pre-saints at once? However, with the return of the Zhu Wu, the highest decision-making power and command authority had also fallen. At least in the eyes of the higher-ups of the Wu people, it had evolved into a situation where an outsider was commanding an expert. The 8 Zhu Wu were all experts in one-on-one combat. At the same time, none of them had the ability to command. However, they were all ancestors. Who dared to command them? If it was just a mission to kill the enemy, all they needed to do was point at the target, kill that team, that person. They could casually send out any one of them to take the head of a general from an army of 10,000. It would be a piece of cake. This wasn't bragging at all. It was the truth. If they only said, "We need to guard this mountain pass, we can't retreat even a single step," then they could casually send out any one of them. It would be like one man holding back 10,000 men. It would be guaranteed that their defense would be watertight and unbreakable. However, when it came to putting these people on the command post to command the battle, the result was even more terrifying than an outsider commanding an expert. They were too used to thinking about problems with their own thinking and commanding the army with their own combat methods. However, could an ordinary army be as fast as them? Could they be as powerful as them? Strictly speaking, their plan wasn't wrong. They had already intercepted the 4 demon crown princes and the 2 great saints, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise. They had also completed the encirclement. In such a situation, the demon race would definitely come to help. Therefore, the Rock Demon Master came to help. Dijiang Zhu Wu sent out 3 great shamans to intercept the Rock Demon Master. As long as the 3 great shamans could stop the Rock Demon Master, they would definitely be able to defeat this elite team of the demon race. There was no doubt about it. However, Lei Bao, Ran Zhu, and Zhu Mang were only great shamans. How could they be a match for the Rock Demon Master, who was a top-level half-saint? Sending the 3 of them was no different from sending them to their deaths. Some knowledgeable people raised doubts, but it was useless. How could they question Zhu Wu's strategy? As a result, not only did the 3 great shamans fail to stop the Rock Demon Master, they even caused their own army to be wiped out. After that, the Rock Demon Master led the army straight into the battlefield and supported the elite team of the demon race inside. They cooperated from the inside and the outside and defeated the Wu people's army instead. The Flood Witch, who only knew about this after the battle, was furious. You sent a baby to stop a big man. What the hell were you thinking? What were you thinking about with such a weird commander? After asking, she found out that the few Zhu Wu didn't take the Rock Demon Master seriously. They felt that any one of them could stop the Rock Demon Master. This kind of thinking was so weird that water had entered their brains. How could the Flood Witch not be furious? She could accept her brothers dying on the battlefield, but dying in such an unjust way that the Flood Witch couldn't accept it. The higher-ups of the Wu people fell out on the spot and almost broke up with each other. Raging Fire, Icy Abyss, Golden Scale, Poisonous Wind Emperor and the other great shamans all left with the Flood Witch. Only the 8 Zhu Wu were left in the tent, looking at each other in confusion. Gong Gong Zhu Wu sighed and said, "You can't blame them for being angry. Dijiang, the results of the last few battles were really bad. They were so wrong. We can't use the same old tactics after tens of thousands of years." Dijiang Zhu Wu said sullenly, "I'm just trying to gain experience. Do you think I want to be defeated and be humiliated by those guys?" Sigh. The few Zhu Wu sighed deeply. They also felt that the situation wasn't as optimistic as they had imagined. The Wu people back in the day seemed to have been wiped out like this. Now, the shamans had finally recovered some of their vitality. Could it be that they were going to use the same method to destroy them? Were they going to be wiped out again? Maybe we should hand over the command. Gong Gong Zhu Wu suggested. However, this suggestion was immediately rejected by the other ancestral sorcerers. We're all ancestors. Why should we listen to a bunch of kids? We've eaten more rice than they've walked on. Ridiculous. We've been fighting since the ancient era. Who have we ever been afraid of? Emperor Donghuang. Bullshit. I'm not afraid. No one has ever been able to command me. Except for Gong Gong Zhu Wu and Candle Dragon Zhu Wu, only Dijiang Zhu Wu, who had just made a mistake, was a little bit regretful and a little bit shaken. As for the others, they still firmly denied it. If this goes on, I'm afraid we'll repeat the mistakes we made, and even destroy the Wu people's hard-earned future. Gong Gong Zhu Wu looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. The Wu people were all gloomy. The monsters weren't having an easy time either. Compared to the Wu people, the monsters were severely injured. The White Tiger Saint, one of the 4 extreme saints, was ambushed by the Western sect. He was forced to burn his soul to its limit. Although he managed to hold on until reinforcements arrived, his soul was already exhausted, and there was nothing he could do. Emperor Jun's heart ached. Looking at the White Tiger Saint, whose lower body had already turned into specks of starlight, Emperor Jun activated all his power, trying to delay the White Tiger Saint's death. "Your Majesty." The White Tiger Saint smiled and held Demon Emperor Jun's hand. He said softly, "Don't waste your cultivation anymore. I have already reached the day of Nirvana. Before I leave, I have something to ask of you." "Go ahead." "My White Tiger race doesn't have any outstanding descendants. I've searched my entire life, but I still haven't passed down my legacy." The White Tiger Saint smiled and said, "Just a while ago, I accidentally found 2 baby sword-winged tigers. They were very talented. However, I could only bring them back, but their foundations weren't solid enough. I couldn't pass down my legacy. I thought I still had a lot of time to train and nurture them. But now, I'm afraid it's impossible." Looking at the relatives of the White Tiger clan, there is no one with exceptional aptitude. However, there are actually countless people who practice crooked practices and have ulterior motives. Now that I have left this world, how can those two young beasts keep their inheritance? I'm afraid that they are in a precarious situation and can only be divided among themselves. Your Majesty, please help me pass down my legacy. I hope that in the future, my white tiger race can still be loyal to your Majesty. After the white tiger saint finished speaking, his body turned into starlight and disappeared, reaching his chest. He held Emperor June's hand tightly and pleaded, "Your Majesty." "I agree." Emperor June's tears fell. White Tiger, brother, this journey is all thanks to you. Today, as a brother, I will help you. I hope that in the next life, we can reunite. As he said this, he resolutely plucked out a golden crow feather and used the backtracking technique. After 30 breaths of time, the golden crow feather turned into flames and burned the half of the white tiger's body that hadn't been dissipated by the starlight. That weak soul power was enveloped by the grand sun true fire. Emperor June opened his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach, keeping it in his sea of consciousness. White Tiger, wait until we either rule this world or settle down in the starry sky. At that time, I will nurture your true spirit. Even if it takes forever, I want you to return. Don't worry, your white tiger race's legacy will not be cut off. I will help you protect those two sword-winged tigers. Go in peace. In the distant western race, it was a different scene. After the war, the Western sect had captured countless Wu people of the demon race. There were millions of them. It's enough. When we leave, there will be enough people to spread the Tao in the starry sky. Everywhere we go, there will be people to spread the Tao. Excellent. 9,800, rounded up. And in a special environment like the ancestral land, disciples, especially those with high quality and high cultivation, who can do everything directly, are not easy to develop. I even suspect that the reason why the 3 pure ones left so quickly might be because of this. In the war between clans, you want to develop the backbone of the fighting clans as followers. It's easier said than done. Although the Western sect has kidnapped many liches and demons, as long as they haven't left the ancestral land, they can't convert these people. So, they must leave. Also, with the combat power of the sage, they can use this opportunity to break away from the shackles of the heavenly Tao. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What's more, once they leave this world, the 2 sages of the Western sect will be truly free. They can even find a planet with life and develop the entire planet into a Buddhist kingdom. Then, they can spread Buddhism to more universes. There will be no power to restrain them anymore. To be fair, if it were you, would you leave or not? Sua Xiao Duo immediately nodded. I understand. If it were me, I would leave too. So this time, they snatched a group of people from the 2 clans. Li Chenglong sighed. It is said that there are more than 8 million of them. There is no lack of high-level combat power. Sua Xiaoduo's face twitched. Li Chenglong said, back then, during the Great God-confirmed tribulation, the feud between Jie school and the Western sect lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. It is said that they only swept away 3,000 mortal guests. Now, this wave of 8 million. Although the quality is far inferior, the quantitative change is enough to trigger a qualitative change. Li Chenglong chuckled coldly. They're really generous. Moreover, after these people are taken away and leave this world, they will have a lot of time to collect and sort them out. In the future, they will be under the Western sect. There will no longer be a situation like Chan school and Jie school, where they have merit and belong to others. Because the roots of this world have been broken. So, If it were you, wouldn't you do it? Sua Xiao Duo sighed dejectedly. If it were me, I would do the same. Moreover, I would only take away more people. Isn't that settled? Li Chenglong chuckled and said, but in order to avoid some unexpected situations, they still need to do something before they leave. Otherwise, there will be flaws in this matter. Seeing that you have the pearl of wisdom in your hand, you must know what else they want to do. I can't think of anything. Retreating now is already a huge advantage. They have achieved their greatest goal, and they have retreated unscathed. What else can they do? Sua Xiao's only feeling now was that Li Chenglong, yes, not only Li Chenglong, but these people who played tactics were all dirty. The only oversight now is not on the side of the Magi and demons. The simplest and most direct example is that the Western sect took away so many people from the Wu people and the demon race, but what if the Wu people or the demon race won in the end? In the end, which one of the Wu people or the demon race will become the only master of the ancestral land? Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and said, if that's the case, then all the merits of those who were taken away from the ancestral land's sovereign bloodline will still belong to the ancestral land's clan, because the other side has its roots. If I were the two sages of the Western sect, in order to eliminate this possibility, I would definitely find a way to cut off this root and this possibility. That is, the Western sect will leave and go out to conquer the world, but the Magi and the demon race won't be able to stay here. So, what we are going to do next is very likely to be a change that will greatly benefit the human race. Because only when the races other than the Magi and the demon race become the masters of this world, they can relax and expand their territory as much as they want without worrying about future troubles. Based on the current strength of all the races, the human race is the most likely to seize this benefit. Li Chenglong said, the only uncertainty now is that we don't know how far they will go, but I have no doubt that we will benefit from it. Sua Xiao Duo was completely shocked. Damn it. How meticulous was his calculation? Wasn't it too sneaky? Swollen, could your heart be any dirtier? Just wait and see. Li Chenglong glanced at Sua Xiao Duo mysteriously. Sua, if I'm right, you will soon have a big gift. A big gift? For me. Sua Xiao Duo pointed at his own nose. Let's make a bet. If I'm wrong, all my IOUs will be doubled automatically. Li Chenglong said, if I'm right, all my debts will be written off. This is a fair bet, isn't it? You think too much. I never gamble. Sua Xiao Duo very straightforwardly refused. How dare you trick me? Even if I don't believe the prediction of a military advisor, I won't bet with you. How dare you dream of writing off all your debts? You don't look good, but you're dreaming. Boring. You're really boring, too ungentlemanly. You've wasted so much of my saliva for nothing. Li Chenglong was very disappointed. This was an excellent opportunity to be debt-free. How could he have missed it? Sigh, it couldn't be helped. Zhuo was such a person. Li Chenglong felt that he was more skillful than Sua Xiao Duo when it came to scheming. This guy was definitely not as scheming as he was. However, there was a big advantage to this guy. Well, it might be the biggest disadvantage for debtors like Li Chenglong. That was. Once something fell into his pocket, he would never take it out again. No matter how smart you were, how extravagant your words were, and how you had thousands of brilliant plans. There's a great opportunity that I want to discuss with you, senior brother. What's the matter? Just say it. The Grand Master of Heaven became even more impolite. Fellow Daoist, are you leaving this world? Is everyone in Jia school fully prepared? Kundi's face was full of amiable smiles. What does it have to do with you? The Grand Master of Heaven was still not polite. Of course it has nothing to do with me. However, fellow Taoist, once you leave, you can only take the path ahead and turn back. May I ask if the karma here has been severed? You don't have to worry. It has naturally been severed. As the saying goes, the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. What are you trying to say? Hurry up and say it. You make it sound like I'm the only one who wants to leave. You just want to make more money before you leave. Otherwise, why would you come to me? Fellow Taoist, you are a discerning person. However, my suggestion is beneficial to the Western sect, but it is also beneficial to you. Since you and I are about to leave this world, why don't we arrange everything again? I don't have as many dirty thoughts as you. Tell me your true intentions. This place is still the ancestral land and our source. Although you and I are called saints, we are still connate lifeforms who grew up in the ancestral land. We always hope that this world can be better and that our luck will not be lost. I think that the human race should be the ruler of this continent in the future. What do you think, brother? What do you want to do? Although the human body seems weak and the physical strength is the worst of all the races, the human body is born with a Tao body. It is the easiest to enter the Tao and cultivate. Take you and I as examples. Didn't we cultivate in the human body and walk in the world? Zhuo Xiaoduo of the human race is young, but he has the appearance of a saint. Brother Tong Tian, you know that. So what? It's just that the karma is over. If we leave now, we might miss the opportunity. That's also my business. Zhuo Xiaoduo was tasked with collecting the descendants of the primordial gourd. I'm ashamed to say this. Back then, the mighty figures of the various heavens had a fortuitous encounter with the Hulugan. The primordial spiritual root of chaos before the creation of this world was divided among the various parties. The 7 gourds belonged to the Tao ancestor, the Grand Supreme, the primordial beginning, the Demon Emperor Di Jun, the Empress Hua, Taoist Hong Yun, and Taoist Tong Tian. Tong Tian said sternly, as far as I know, the reason why you didn't participate in the gourd competition was that you targeted the last 2 gourds that were not mature yet. You even set up many killing moves on them. If Zhuo Xiaoduo did not break your arrangement intentionally or unintentionally, the last black and white gourds would have been in your pockets. Kundi's face flashed with embarrassment, but he still smiled amiably. Supernatural powers are not as good as fate. No matter how we planned, we still made a wedding dress for others. It's time, luck, and fate. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo is indeed the son of fate. As far as I know, he has collected 7 gourds. There are still 2 gourds outside. The one in Emperor Envoi's palace is fine, but the last one is in the hands of the Taoist ancestor. I don't know when he can complete it. Tong Tian looked at him with a mocking gaze. Kundi, you're actually targeting the Taoist ancestor. No. Brother Tong Tian, you're too optimistic. This matter needs the cooperation of many parties to have a chance. Kundi still smiled. Since we're leaving, why don't we go together? Tong Tian frowned. Do you mean? We have to add Emperor Nuo. Not only that. If we can add the few people from the Fire Cloud Cave, the success rate will be the highest, Kundi said. Tong Tian calculated in his heart. Clearly, he was tempted by Kundi's words. Although the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the Fire Cloud Cave did not have high combat power, each of them was a person of boundless merit. They were also the true ancestors of the human race. Did the Fire Cloud Cave look for you first this time? Tong Tian asked. No. Kundi said. I've looked for you previously, Jia Yin said calmly. Kundi was stunned. Jia Yin said, when I first returned, the 8 people of the Fire Cloud Cave had visited together. They said that if things could not be done, please leave 10 million people for the human race. As long as the human race was not extinct and could still reproduce, they were willing to accept the teachings of the Western sect. However, from the looks of it, this agreement is just a precautionary measure. It's completely different from the current situation. That's reasonable. They have also looked for me. After leaving my place, they should have visited the palace of Empress Wa. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the Fire Cloud Cave did not participate in the battle of the heavenly tribulation. They hoped that they could use themselves as a bargaining chip in exchange for the survival of the human race. Therefore, they have placed bets on you, me, and Her Majesty, Emperor Nuwa. They have put in a lot of effort. As expected of the source of the human race. Zhuan Ti was silent. A look of admiration flashed across Zhuan Ti's face. Since the ancient times, the human race has always existed. However, from the beginning, they were as insignificant as ants. They kept becoming stronger. Their luck was different, but it was not only because they were born with a Tao body that made it easy for them to enter the Tao and cultivate. Do you know the reason behind this? Jia Yin also let out a long sigh and asked his junior brother. Why? Zhuan Ti asked. It's because. No matter what crisis the human race encountered, all the ancient experts of the human race did not attack or even appear. It was the human race that managed to get through it. The more they persevered, the harder their bones were, and the stronger they were. Each generation was stronger than the previous generation. Naturally, their foundation was rich. If not for that, how could the human race be as prosperous as it is now? On the other hand, the demon race, the Azura race, the spirit race, the Wu people, the dragon race, the phoenix race, and so on. Even the Western sect. Jia Yin sighed softly. Every time a crisis comes, the people at the peak of the various races will always feel pity. Even the saints can't help but personally go down and try to salvage the decline of their race. This has also led to the fact that for countless years, no junior of the demon race can surpass Demon Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai. The same situation happened to the Azura race of the demon race. The demon race only has one fiend ancestor, and the Azura race only has one patriarch Nether River. No matter how talented the descendants are, they can't reach the heights of the 2 of them. As for the dragon race, the phoenix race, and the Qilin race, their situation is even worse. Not only did they not improve, but even their peak experts were regressing. Even in the Western sect, after so many years, the burden on our shoulders has never been put down. Because in our opinion, there are some things that we have to do ourselves. Otherwise, the Western sect will suffer a great loss. This also leads to the fact that although the Western sect seems to have a lot of talents, none of them can really reach the level of the 2 of us. This is our mistake. But the human race is different. There is a huge difference between them. Even now, when the world is in danger, the ancestors of the human race still won't join the battle in person. They will only seek a way for the human race to reproduce and rise again in the dark, just like now. And for this way, they can even exchange their own immortal lives for the price. In exchange for a glimmer of hope that the human race can have a person who can turn the world upside down in the future. So the human race has no one to rely on, but there are still many powerhouses. It's the same this time. All the humans know that they have nothing to rely on. They can only rely on themselves. So, they broke out. There is another race that is almost like the human race. They are the Wu people. For so many years, the Wu people, like the human race, have been striving to improve themselves. So, after the 12 Zhu Wu, the 12 great shamans were born again, and their providence was full again. If it weren't for the rescue of the ancestral sorcerer in the demon imperial palace, I think that the current 12 great sorcerers would have transformed into new ancestral sorcerers, the 12 ancestral sorcerers. At that time, the Wu people will rise completely and become the new masters of the world. They will be invincible. It's a pity that the return of the 8 ancestral sorcerers destroyed the best opportunity for the sorcerer tribe to rise. Because the great shamans of the Wu people suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. They feel that they have someone to rely on. And once they breathe a sigh of relief, no matter how the situation changes in the future, they will never be able to breathe again. This is the biggest mistake of the Wu people. Jane sighed. Since you asked whether the fire cloud cave is looking for us, it means that you also see this point. Tong Tian nodded slowly. That's right. So, in the future, the people who will unify the continent and become the masters of all living things will definitely be the human race. This is the trend of the world, and it is the will of the heavens. This is also the reason why the providence of this clear heavenly tribulation comes back and forth. The clear heavenly tribulation has long been destined to eliminate us and the other races. Only the races that constantly strive to improve themselves are qualified to become the masters of the world and the eternal protagonists. You know why the heavenly Tao gave us the chance to transcend and leave. It is to prevent us from using our supernatural powers to go against the heavens. And after we leave, this continent will have a lot of potential, and even more things that are beyond our imagination will happen. Do you agree with me, Tong Tian? The prime of Tong Tian took a deep breath and said, I agree. It was because he saw this future that Tong Tian wanted to leave this world after helping Zhou Xiao Duo that time and leave his cultivation behind. This was an investment in itself. Why did the people of the Fire Cloud Cave stay in the palace of Empress Hua for a long time? Because when the Great World was destroyed, it was Her Majesty Empress Hua who mended the sky. Moreover, they could also persuade Her Majesty Empress Hua to come forward when the human race was about to be destroyed, hoping to preserve some seeds for the human race. They have indeed given up everything for the future of the human race. And we have also given up a lot for our respective sects and races for a long time. It can be said that we are on the same path but return differently. Our methods are different, so the results are naturally different. Therefore, after finding a new foothold, we will do the same in the future. Even if there are things that the younger generation can't solve, even if the sect suffers a great loss because of this, we will not come forward. Jia Yin's words were full of sighs. This was also Tongtian's plan. However, the two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Whether it was Xuan Ti, who took care of everything personally, or Tong Tian, who was super protective of his disciples, that it wasn't very likely that he would be able to wash his hands of this matter completely. What should they do when their disciples were in danger? I'll just travel with the fellow Taoists of the Fire Cloud Cave. Your Majesty, don't you want to consider traveling with the demons? Or with Jia School? Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. You and I are free this time, and going to the universe's starry sky is an opportunity to seek a longer great Tao. You and I each have our own Tao. If we travel together, wouldn't we have doubts and worry about our own understanding? Your Majesty is right. Although we're leaving, we have some thoughts. We want to leave our Tao teachings in the ancestral land. If your Majesty has any thoughts, why don't you? I don't have to leave my Tao teachings. Emperor Hua smiled gently. I was going to leave a few days ago. However, because of this gourd, I knew that you would come to take it. That's why I delayed for a few days. Now that the karma is settled and our mortal ties are over, it's time for us to set off. Emperor Xianyuan and the others stood up with smiles on their faces. Obviously, they were all ready to leave the ancestral land. Everyone is carefree and farsighted. The human race is showing signs of rising now, and all of you have contributed greatly to it. However, the golden age is coming. The day when the human race dominates the ancestral land and becomes the protagonist of the universe is not far away. Wouldn't it be a pity if we leave just like this and don't witness it with our own eyes? Kundi said enviously. Fellow Daoist, you flatter us. For the human race, we're not important anymore if we stay. We're satisfied that we can see the human race prosper in this lifetime. If we stay, we'll just be shamelessly accepting the merit from incense offerings. Instead, we'll weaken the human race's destiny. Let's go. Our descendants will have their own blessings. From now on, we'll truly feel both physically and mentally happy and relaxed. Have a safe journey. Peace. It is said that this General Lu Mimi once rejected the pursuit of Nan Jingqian's uncle Nan. Sui Xiao Duo broke out in a cold sweat for Nan Jingqian. Uncle Nan, fortunately, she rejected you back then. Otherwise, you would be now. I suddenly thought of a very strange question. Uncle Nan, your aesthetic standards when you were young. Ouch. Sui Xiao Duo shuddered, and a layer of goosebumps appeared all over his body. He scratched his head twice with his hands. At this moment, there was no alarm or abnormality. Sui Xiao Duo felt something and looked up. He saw a white-robed Daoist appear out of thin air at the door. He was tall and straight and had a handsome face. He walked toward him calmly with a smile on his face. Duo Rulai, you are indeed charming and handsome. The white-robed Daoist was full of smiles and spoke softly. It was extremely pleasant to hear. Sui Xiao Duo instantly glared at him. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful or I will sue you for slander and let you know the sharpness of the law. Here, I, Sui Xiao Duo, am the law. You have to watch your words. Take a day off tomorrow to organize my thoughts. He thought about how to start the war. I can't make up my mind. Chapter 1422. Of course, Sui Xiao Duo had seen such an otherworldly and handsome person before, and it was unforgettable. Well, especially for this person, he dared not forget. The last time they met was at the Purple Cloud Palace. The person who came was Saint Juan-Ti. What made Sui Xiao Duo feel strange was, how did he know that he used to be called Duo Rulai? It seemed that he had only mentioned a few times to Li Chenglong and the others about how he had turned into Amitabha and caused a ruckus in the demon forest. Moreover, he had only mentioned it briefly. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had not mentioned it in detail. But he did not know that he did not take it seriously, but someone else did. The story that he turned into Duo Rulai and made a scene in the demon forest to rescue Zhanshuajuan was something that Xiang Chong and Zhanshuajuan always talked about. They would talk about it from time to time, and so far, it had spread to many people. In particular, Zhanshuajuan was grateful to Sui Xiao Duo and felt that she could not repay him. At that time, although Sui Xiao Duo's personal strength was not ordinary, in the environment and atmosphere at that time, the level of the enemy's strength was disproportionate. But he still took action without hesitation and rescued her from the base camp of the demon tribe. Although there was the intervention of the demon ancestor, Lei Changtian, Bing Ming, and other great sorcerers, that was later. Without Sui Xiao Duo's strong intervention, Zhanshuajuan knew that she would have died long ago, and maybe she would have died with her soul scattered and her divine soul destroyed. At that time, it was a shocking and incomprehensible operation. After all, according to the situation before Sui Xiao Duo took action at that time, it was simply suicide. But Sui Xiao Duo still did it, and he did it resolutely. Therefore, the person that Xiang Chong and Zhan Shuajuan admired and appreciated the most was Sua Xiaoduo. She had long liked Xiang Chong, and Sua Xiaoduo had a Sua Xiaonian. Otherwise, she would have repaid him with her body. Probably because of this, sometimes when Zhan Shuajuan could not control her demonic nature, Sua Xiaoduo could stop it with a look. And this was unique, only Sua Xiaoduo could do it. Even Xiang Chong, who had become her husband, could not do it. But she did not have to worry about Xiang Chong's jealousy. Since the return of Zhan Shuajuan, Xiang Chong had become Sua Xiaoduo. If Sua Xiaoduo fought with his sister, Xiang Bing, and brother-in-law, Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong would not even think about it. He would stand on Sua Xiaoduo's side without any hesitation. It must be your fault to have a quarrel with Sua. Under the couple's intentional efforts to spread the news, Sua Xiaoduo's glorious deeds had spread throughout Star Soul Realm. Everyone knew about him and he was praised by everyone. It was as though he was no longer in the martial arts world, but the martial arts world still had his legend. And Duo Rolai's name became popular, almost surpassing that of Iron Fist Young Master. Therefore, it was not rare for Sua Xiaoduo's name to be known by Xuandi. Saint Xuandi, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with the Western sect. I have a family and a wife. I can't be happy without meat. I'm greedy for flowers and lust. My 6 roots are not clean. The 4 elements are not empty. The 3 poisons of greed, anger, and infatuation always linger in my heart. Sua Xiaoduo gave a long speech. Every word he said was about the fact that he was not fated to be with Buddha. The amiable look on Xuandi's face deepened. Benefactor's words are profound. Every word and sentence of yours touches the key points of our Buddhism sect. If you don't have a deep understanding of our Buddhism sect, how can you be like this? It seems that you have reached a very high level of being unaffected by the wind and untainted by troubles. Sure enough, there is only a wrong name, not a proper nickname. Amitabha Rolai deserves his reputation, and his reputation is well deserved. Can you not mention these words? My head hurts. Ha! This humble Taoist is here to give you a big gift and form a good relationship with you. Xuandi smiled. Give me a big gift. Build good karma. Sua Xiaoduo was thinking about one thing now. Damn it. Fortunately, I didn't bet with Swollen. Otherwise, this guy would really be free of debt. He had to remember this. In the future, he would never bet with Swollen, no matter how high his chances of winning were. He had to take this as a warning. Betting with someone with a heart was not a bet. It was asking to lose and making himself uncomfortable. What kind of big gift is it? How embarrassing it is for you to send it in person. Upon hearing that he was here to send a gift, Sua Xiaoduo immediately became polite. You can just send someone to send it. Xuandi could not help but smile bitterly. He had lived for countless years and naturally had seen many amazing people. However, there were not many people who were so casual and lazy in front of him like Sua Xiaoduo. The kid's eyes lit up as he asked, I wonder what good stuff it is. It must be something that can make you come in person. It must be something fantastic, right? Of course it's not an ordinary thing. Xuandi smiled and said, after today, I will leave this world. However, before I leave, I still want to build good karma with you. As he spoke, he clenched his fist and stretched out his white fingers slowly. The moment the fingers opened, Sua Xiaoduo suddenly had a flash of inspiration. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the Crown Prince Academy. That chaotic world when the Huang sword suddenly flew out. In the middle of the way, a white finger stretched out. As well as half a. Ah me, he suddenly understood that he blurted out, so it's you. Xuanti's fingers had been completely opened, revealing a small and exquisite gourd inside, emitting a soft light. Xiaoduo snatched it and could not put it down. This gourd is really beautiful. Whether it's worth or not is another matter. Just its appearance has conquered me. Before he finished speaking, he had already put it into the Tower of Destruction. Xuanti was speechless. Although it was unexpected, how could this brat snatch it so quickly that I didn't even have time to react? Yes, I really didn't react just now. Xuanti had never thought that the ruthless person who often talked about the treasure being fated with the Western sect would have it snatched from his hands in the end. I've been entrusted by Her Majesty, Emperor Enviwa, to deliver this demon-gathering gourd to you. Xuanti did not seem to be offended at all. He did not seem to feel embarrassed. At least, that was what he looked like on the surface. This is a token of Her Majesty, Emperor Enviwa. Xiaoduo nodded and said respectfully, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I, Xiaoduo, will never forget your kindness." After saying that, he rubbed his hands and said to Xuanti with an embarrassed expression, "I've troubled you to deliver Her Majesty's token of appreciation." Ahem, then, where is your own token of appreciation? Xuanti immediately broke down and was stunned on the spot. This guy was really impolite. Moreover, he had an unbridled feeling of disrespect towards him. This strange atmosphere made Xuanti feel very strange. No matter what, he was one of the 6 Khanate saints. And this time, he had said that he was here to deliver good things to him and form good karma. Why did this kid treat him like this? Thinking of this, he asked with a smile, "Little friend, do you have any misunderstanding about me?" Misunderstanding? No. Xiaoduo said lightly, "But senior, you still owe us an explanation." It's true. Xuanti was going to leave after today. Xiaoduo did not avoid it. If he beat around the bush, he would have left. What else could he do? He went straight to the point. After the battle a day ago, Xiaoduo defeated the joint forces of the 3 clan leaders. His confidence was unprecedentedly high. He also knew that Xuanti had fallen from the position of saint because of the past. If he did not ask for an explanation now, when would he? Oh. Explanation. May I ask what explanation? The 7th prince of the demon emperor, Yiqiong. Xiaoduo reminded, he has lived 2 lives. Now, he is my son. As the saying goes, the son pays the father's debts and vice versa. Ah. I see. Xuanti was stunned for a moment. He smiled bitterly and said, "In that case, there really is some karma." What kind of person was Xuanti? Now that he had seen through Xiaoduo, he understood why Xiaoduo had such an attitude towards him. I see that after pondering for a moment, he took out a ring and said, "This is a little essence of the true fire of the great path that I accidentally obtained many years ago. I'll give it to the 7th prince to express my sincerity." Xiaoduo was stunned. So straightforward. I thought you were going to explain. Xiaoduo had found out a lot about Taoist Xuanti's past achievements from Sect Master Tong Tian and Demon Emperor Dong Huang. He had been on guard, but he did not expect Saint Xuanti to be so easy to talk to today. Xuanti looked calm. Although the original plan is useless, there are consequences. Who is right and who is wrong? How can a few words explain it? The so-called explanation is just sophistry. Since I've done it, I'll admit it. Buddha is indeed open-minded and has a superhuman temperament. Little Zhua has learned a lot. I came here today because I have something on my mind. He held the 9th grade golden lotus in his hand and looked at it with some reluctance. He said, "The karma of that mosquito belongs to you." The third-grade golden lotus that was lost back then must have fallen into your hands. The 12th-grade golden lotus must see the light of day again. Since it can't be perfected in my hands, it's better to help you and make it perfect. Hearing this, Duo could not help but sigh at Xuandi's generosity. This was a connate treasure, the 12th-grade golden lotus of merit. He gave it away just like that. Duo knew that he could not do this. It was indeed the work of an expert. It was unfathomable and unexpected. Senior, since you know that the third-grade golden lotus is in my hands, why? Duo asked. He did not say a word. Why don't you snatch it? Xuandi could not help but laugh. As the saying goes, the sky is 9 feet high and a swallow plucks its feathers. How can you take it out when it's in your hands? It's still the same sentence. People's names are often wrong, but their nicknames are rarely wrong. Xiaoduo's face immediately darkened. You're making me very unhappy. Am I that kind of person? Even if I am that kind of person, is it suitable to say such words in person? Senior, since you sent me such a dreamy treasure before you left, you must have a purpose. Even if it's a good fate, you should be looking forward to it. You're a discerning person. You hit the nail on the head. Xuandi smiled kindly. I just want to ask you to leave behind the inheritance of the Tao manuals for the Western sect. He smiled meaningfully and said, it's good to be like fellow Daoist Tong Tian, but I don't dare to ask for it. Duo scratched his head and thought for a while. It did not seem to be a big deal. Besides, the Western sect's method was also very beneficial for educating the world. At the very least, it could comfort people's hearts. Is that so? No problem. Duo agreed without hesitation. Xuandi was overjoyed and said with a smile, thank you, young friend. Thank you for your trouble. As he spoke, he took out a space ring and said solemnly, this is the inheritance of the Western sect. There is the inheritance of the protectors, the inheritance of Taoism, and the inheritance of Buddhism. I'll leave it to you. Speaking of which, when Senior Tong Tian handed over the inheritance of the Jie school, he only told me to scatter it at will and seal it everywhere in the world, waiting for fate. Since the sect master said that the inheritance of the Jie school is like the inheritance of the Jie school, then the inheritance of your sect has to be done in the same way. I have a lot of things to do. I don't have the time, energy, or time to find a successor for you. Duo immediately distanced himself from the matter. Duo was unique in that he did not do anything even though he had received benefits. Ordinary people would not be as shameless as him. Of course. Xuandi did not mind and said, it should be so. Only the fated person can obtain the inheritance of my sect. Those who are not fated will not know each other and return empty-handed from the treasure mountain. Saint Xuandi, aren't you afraid that no one can find what I hide for you? Won't it be a waste of effort? I have nothing to begin with. How can I be disappointed? As long as there is hope, it's fine. Xuandi's face was full of kindness. He raised one hand and bowed with his palms together. Little friend, the galaxy is vast and the universe is boundless. In the future, we will meet in the starry sky. Duo also said seriously, I wish you a safe journey and an unobstructed path. Xuandi smiled slightly. His body did not move, but he had already turned into starlight that filled the sky. Duo heaved a sigh of relief. Everything was as Li Chenglong had expected. He left after giving the benefits. At this moment, he vaguely sensed that a few people seemed to appear in front of him with a smile. They were Duobao, Yun Xiao, Gue Ling, and the others. They smiled and waved at the same time. Junior brother Xiao Duo, let's meet in the starry sky. In this world, the human race will dominate the world. We will wait for you to transcend. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled sincerely. There will definitely be a day when we meet again. As long as I settle the matters here, I will look for you. I haven't had the time to get to know many fellow Taoists of Jie school. Wouldn't it be a pity? The three of them laughed and disappeared from Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind. In the distance, a sword aura suddenly soared into the sky. It did not escape quietly. Instead, it tore through the sky with earth-shattering might. That was also a unique way of bidding farewell that belonged to the Grand Master of Heaven. In the entire East Ocean, Pinglai Island and Golden Ao Island had also disappeared, leaving only the dreamy legend of Pinglai Immortal Island. At the right time, the waves roared and surged into the sky. That was also the Grand Master of Heaven's farewell to the world and Zhuo Xiaoduo. He left in an earth-shattering way. In the next moment, seven-colored light flickered on the western sect's side. The entire continent shook. The merciful Buddha's Buddhist chant echoed in the hearts of everyone on the continent. A sense of mercy spread throughout the world. The seven-colored light that was unique to the western sect grew brighter and brighter. After a long time, it disappeared. Zhuo Changlu and the others, who were in the middle of a meeting, also felt the shock. They all went out to look and witnessed the two waves of unprecedented grandeur. All the peak-level masters were shocked by the grand scene in front of them. At the same time, they also felt the sense of farewell. The Jie school and the Western sect have even uprooted their foundations. This is a complete separation from the ancestral land. Zhuo Changlu's eyes were solemn, and his face was a little strange and complicated. Everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. The two saints of the Western sect had put too much pressure on everyone. The Western sect had many experts and they had the advantage in numbers. Now that they had left, everyone felt that they had gotten rid of their biggest enemy. The departure of the Grand Master of Heaven led the Jie school made everyone feel disappointed. After all, the Jie school was the most reliable ally of the human race. They rarely had conflicts of interest. They only had goodwill towards each other. Wu people. Gonggong Zhu Wu and Dijiang Zhu Wu both looked at the void with complicated expressions. The Jie school has left, and so has the Western sect. They are really free and easy. Gonggong's words revealed a rare hint of envy. The world has become much quieter. Dijiang sighed. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. Tian Wu Zhu Wu sneered and said, "They are just three cowards. They are afraid of being tied down by the Tao ancestor again. For freedom, they ran away without caring about anything." A light voice came. It was ancestral which Xian Ming, at least people have the qualifications to be afraid. They are doing it openly. Your seemingly heroic and sour words, but in your bones, you don't even have the qualifications to be afraid. How can you have the nerve to say it? Only sages have the right to be afraid, and only sages have the right to pursue freedom. Brother Tian Wu, no matter how sour you are, it doesn't mean anything. Tian Wu had already turned around with a dark expression. Xian Ming, you're speaking so happily. Could it be that you've advanced to the rank of a sage? Xian Ming Zhu Wu spread his hands and said, "No, so I didn't say anything sour. You are not as good as them. What's wrong with admitting it? You are not as good as them. Do you think you can compare with them just because you are jealous? Ha ha ha. I'll kill you." Tian Wu Zhu Wu jumped up. Xian Ming Zhu Wu didn't want to be outdone. He fought back fiercely. The two Zhu Wu fought fiercely. Instantly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Everything was devastated. Boom! 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 Dijiang and Gonggong had a headache. Wu people were already suffering from internal and external troubles. There were many differences between them. However, there were two people who specialized in slandering their own people. This made the situation even more troublesome. That's right. There were two of them. Before they came out, no one thought that there would be someone who could rival Xianming Zhu Wu's mouth. After all, everyone thought that. Xianming's mouth was already a strange existence that appeared once in a billion years. He would say whatever he wanted to say. When he faced the enemy, he didn't think that his mouth was so sharp, let alone that he could talk so much. But when he faced his own people, his mouth was simply a cheat. What the seven Zhu Wu didn't expect was that after they got out, they found that there was another one outside. Not only did he also argue with the sky, the earth, and the air, but he wasn't afraid of being beaten. The most important thing was, that guy was actually a direct descendant of Xianming Zhu Wu. This made Di Jiang and the other seven Zhu Wu's eyeballs almost fall out. Every time they met, it was really pleasing to the eye. Xianming Zhu Wu was dressed in snow-white clothes. His face was cold, and he kept people thousands of miles away. He was really as pure as ice and as cold as jade. It was lonely at the top. At first glance, one could tell that he was a man of few words. The ice nether witch was dressed in white, and she was colder than frost and snow. Her face was full of arrogance. Anyone who got close to her would feel cold. She really sealed the world with ice, and the cold air was awe-inspiring. No matter how one looked at her, she was a man of few words. When the two of them stood together, it was simply a double beautiful scenery. They were handsome. They were tall and straight. And they were dressed in white, without a speck of dust. So good, so pleasing to the eye. But how did these two guys grow a mouth? Just a mouth. Don't mention it, don't mention it. It's all tears. The GS sect and the Western sect have already left. This also means that the war is about to break out. Once it breaks out, it will be the end. Gonggang Zhu Wu said softly, Di Jiang, we have to be prepared. Di Jiang said, I want to know, what are your plans? The Wu people. It's not realistic if they want to follow the Jia sect and the Western sect and wander the universe. We don't have so many treasures, and we can't take so many people with us. Gonggang sighed and said, even if we do our best, we can only take a small number of people with us. However, the Wu people now have a population of 10 billion, which is even more than when the Wu people were at their peak. At that time, when the ruler is determined, the heavenly Tao will punish us. I'm afraid that these 10 billion people will all die. But, what can we do? Di Jiang was silent. Although it's ungrateful to start a war with the humans, we can only fight for a slim chance of survival under the calamity. We can't give up these 10 billion lives no matter what. The few ancestral sorcerers fell silent. On the other side, the Flood Witch, it didn't feel right to call her Zhu Wu, stood with her hands behind her back. She was also asking herself, in the war for the survival of all races, although some races were destroyed, some races left, and everyone had their own opportunities. The final battle with the humans was getting closer and closer, and there was no way to avoid it. The Flood stood on top of the mountain, looking down at the land of the Umno Alliance and the smoke rising from the chimneys. She was overwhelmed with emotions. What should I do? What should I do? On the other side, Demon Emperor Dijuan and Dong Huang Tai of the demon race were also silently sitting opposite each other. The two brothers had been sitting like this for a while, and they were thinking about the same thing as the few Zhu Wu. The Western sect left and withdrew from the conflict. Now, only the humans, the monsters, and the Wu people were qualified to compete for the position of the ruler. As for the demons, they didn't even consider it, let alone the spirits. What should they do? The two emperors wouldn't hesitate to fight the Wu people, even if they had to kill all of them. But for the humans, for Zhuo Chongluan's Wu Xiao duo. Whether they could defeat them or not was secondary. The key was whether they could bear to do it. Demon Emperor Dijuan sighed melancholically. But this matter had to be done. What should he do? Zhuo Xiao duo, who already had 8 gourds in his hand, was now rich to a certain extent. Fate points were like the sea and the tide. Countless natural treasures and spatial treasures entered the world of the Tower of Annihilation one mountain after another, and were decomposed in the world of the Tower of Annihilation. All the fate points obtained from defeating the foreign races were transported into the space by Xiaolong. Now, the Tower of Annihilation had been completely stabilized. The Taiji diagram separated a part of its spirit and merged into the space. It was called I have to make a great contribution in every world. Zhuo Xiaoduo knew very well that this guy felt that there was no place for him to be used after coming out, so he was trying to find a sense of existence for himself. However, after the Taiji diagram separated a part of its spirit and merged into the Tower of Annihilation, the Tower of Annihilation was completely completed. Moreover, it directly formed a vast universe. Zhuo Xiaoduo scattered the 12th grade golden lotus, and most of it turned into the stars in the sky. After a discussion, the 8 gourds also separated a part of the Sea of Vitality, which was refined by the Taiji diagram and merged into the stars, further forming a small universe. Xiao had already become the scorching sun in the sky. The unparalleled sense of achievement made the 7th prince extremely excited. Now, the space of the Tower of Annihilation hadn't been fully formed, so this sun was playing happily in the sky. 1 second, the sun rose from the east, and the next second, the sun set in the west. He was dancing in circles in the sky, as happy as a stray dog that had let go of its leash. Of course, when Zhuo Xiaoduo needed it, Xiao could instantly turn from the sun in the Tower of Annihilation to the killing god on the battlefield. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't care about him. Next, when Xiao broke through to the peak of the Grand Heavenly Realm, he would cut out a clone from his body, and that clone would naturally be treated as the moon. Zhuo Xiaoduo moved a lot of the mountain peaks where the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins were. As the Tower of Annihilation had been completely stabilized, the need for the Astral Soul's jade powder had completely disappeared. Next, it was the complete land. What Zhuo Xiaoduo needed to do was to continuously strengthen the foundation of this land. After a period of strengthening, he would be able to move or directly create the will of heaven and earth inside that. At that time, the sky would be infinitely high, and the earth would be infinitely deep. Of course, it was still too early to talk about that now. During this time, the Huahuang sword was full of spirit and energy, and it had made another breakthrough to become a true divine weapon. His murderous aura, sharp aura, and destructive aura. The coexistence of various attributes was suitable for the tribulation lightning of the future world. The sword spirit of the Huahuang sword would also become an existence similar to the Tao ancestor of the origin world. The Huahuang sword was extremely satisfied with this arrangement. Xiaolong hadn't reached his limit yet. In the future, his fate dragon would transform into the heavenly Tao and the great Tao. It would be illusory but real. When the world was fully formed, it would evolve into all the great Taos it wanted to evolve. For example, the origin world was the 3,000 great Taos evolved from the creation jade disc. At that time, no one knew how many great Tao Xiaolong would evolve. Zhuo Xiaoduo buried the Grand Master of Heaven's inheritance and the inheritances that were to be handed over to him in advance. He also sealed all the inheritance jade slips that he had collected during this time and scattered them. Whether you can see the light of day again depends on your own fortune. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought to himself. This was because he clearly knew that when the world was completely formed, it would inevitably be turned upside down. At that time, the destructive power would be immeasurable. and some of these jade slips would definitely be damaged. In the end, how many of them could be preserved would depend on fate. This will be a chaotic world. I won't make any rules for this world. Everything will wait for the latecomers to make their own rules. Xiao Duo did not want to use his brain at all. Not only did he not care about the rules of this world, but he also did not care about the rules of the heavenly Tao. Xiao Long, Wang sword, and Xiao, you can discuss it. I won't be responsible for anything. As for his inheritances, Nian Cat's, Li Chenglong's, and so on. Xiao Duo did not put them into the space-destroying tower. Because this space was created by him, his inheritances were naturally invincible in it. Whether it was the Wang sword or Xiao Long, he would deliberately protect them. Xiao Duo thought for a long time, but still gave up. Let all creatures compete for freedom in this frosty world. Who will rise and fall is the inevitable result of the law of the jungle. Fair enough. Xiao Duo could feel that his cultivation was about to reach the limit of this world. Perhaps the moment he broke through would be the time when this space was completely formed. Or perhaps it would need the final integration of the creation jade disk. Xiao Duo did not let anyone interfere with the arrangement of this space. Not even Xiaonian. He knew very well what he was doing. However, he didn't know what it would mean after he completed this world. During this time, with the departure of the three pure ones, the two sages of the West, Empress Hua, and the other sages, peace seemed to be slowly restored. And the integration of the heavenly Tao seemed to be speeding up. The 9 great heavenly Tao gradually showed signs of unification. Ordinary people could not feel anything, but in the hearts of cultivators above the zenith heaven level, they could vaguely feel that something was going to happen. As if something was slowly awakening, the upper echelons of the various races were at a loss. They were all pulling at their hair. Conscience, morality, affection, friendship, past. All of these were tying each other down. It seemed that the Wu people and the demon race were too embarrassed to attack each other. But whether it was the Wu people, the demon race, or the human race, they were all sending all their combat power to the front line. Some things had to be done. Chapter 1423. Originally, the Flood Witch would come to the Astral Souls continent every once in a while. She would drink and chat. She would talk about her troubles and helplessness. She would burn incense for the King of the Right and other heroes who died in the siege. Another thing was to spar with Xiao Duo and experience the so-called higher level of atmosphere and battle prowess. After all, although he was still some distance away from that level, it was not unattainable. In the entire shaman tribe, he was the one with the greatest hope of reaching that level. Practicing with Xiao Duo was the Flood Witch's favorite thing to do. They were evenly matched. After a long time, Xiao Duo had a slight advantage. The Flood Witch always learned a lot from Xiao Duo. But she wouldn't come for a while. First of all, she didn't know what to say. Could she say something like, "Let's have a life and death battle in a few days"? Second of all, she didn't have the face to come. She didn't have the face to practice with Xiao Duo. As a father. A godfather was still a father. The Flood Witch's relationship with Xiao Duo was just that they were not related by blood. As a godfather, she didn't know how to avoid suspicion when she was about to fight with her godson's clan. Instead, she wanted to use her godson to improve her personal ability. The Flood Witch was not a shameless person like the Deep Ice Witch. She really couldn't do that. It was not a pleasant thing to talk about. One day, the Flood Witch suddenly had an idea. What would happen if, after the heavenly tribulation, there were still several clans coexisting without a ruler being decided? Could it be that the existence beyond the heavenly Tao could wipe out the entire continent? Besides, it seemed that no one stipulated how long it would take for the clear heavens tribulation to end. In terms of protracted battles, the Flood Witch thought that she was the best in the ancestors' land. No one could compare with her. Even Zhou Changlu, Yu Xingqian, and Thunder Taoist were much worse. They were either latecomers or mediocre people. No one could be compared with the Flood Witch. At the moment of enlightenment, the Flood Witch felt that she seemed to have grasped a key point that she couldn't help looking up at the sky. She combined the Qi observation technique and the star observation technique to think about the feasibility of this. At the same time, Demon Emperor Di Jun was also thinking about this possibility. Based on the current situation, among the original 9 clans, the ancient god clan had passed away. Azura's strength had been destroyed in the previous battle, and it was difficult for them to do anything. The Spirit clan had always been the weakest among all the clans. Although the Demon clan was brave, they lacked strategies and tactics. The Demon ancestor also lacked a view of the overall situation. As long as the fighters had enough strength to restrain the Demon ancestor, destroying the Demon clan would be a piece of cake. It was impossible for them to dominate the ancestors' land. Now, with the confirmation of the Western religious sect's departure, the Tao League had merged with the Astral Souls. The top forces were only left with the Astral Souls, the Witch clan, and the Demon clan. Who would have thought that the Human clan, which had been a foil and advancing desperately for tens of thousands of years, would become one of the clans that finally competed for the world's dominator? Moreover, their strength was not inferior to the Witch clan and the Demon clan. Although there were only 3 clans competing for supremacy, the strength of the 3 clans was unprecedentedly strong. With the 8 Zhu Wu in charge, the Wu people generally believed that they would win this battle. The only thing they needed to consider was, how could they kill their former allies or benefactors? This couldn't be justified. They had seen the notes. Zhou Changlu had helped them a lot. It didn't seem right to repay kindness with enmity. As for the Demon clan, the Demon clan had similar thoughts. Demon Emperor Di Jun, Dong Huang, Tai, and even Demon Master Kunping were full of confidence. Everyone felt that the Demon clan would win this battle. No matter if it was against the Human clan or the Wu people. We are so invincible. So what if it's the 8 Zhu Wu? Didn't we suppress them in the past? If we can suppress you once, we can suppress you again. The rest of the Wu people's descendants are just mediocre. What's there to be afraid of? At the same time, there was another thing to consider. Zhou Xiaoduo had done a favor for the Demon Emperor's bloodline. He saved the Demon Crown Prince, and now we have to turn around and stab him. Directly kill him. Even if their standpoints were different, there would be a battle or something. This matter was easy to talk about and unpleasant to hear. As for the Human clan, there was no need to talk about the Human clan. Zhou Changlu, Wu Yuding, Lei Changtian, Yu Xingqian, Yun Zhonghu, Bai Yunduo, Qin Sha, Sword King, and Zhou Xiaoduo were not enough for the entire team. There was also Nanjing Qian, Dongfang Xingyang, and the others. Everyone's strength had increased unprecedentedly. After the Battle of the 10 Direction Siege, the Demon ancestors' strength had increased. All the high-level cultivators who survived this battle had achieved breakthroughs in their strength. Everyone felt that. The Human clan's strength was unparalleled in the world. His martial prowess had never been seen before. The unprecedented victory in the siege gave them unprecedented confidence, unprecedented morale, and unprecedented. Insufferably arrogant and condescending. However, the Human clan's confidence was not blind. Just by listing out the data of their strength, one could prove that this confidence was not baseless. Now, the human clan's demi-saint combat strength was Sua Changlu, Wu Yuding, Sua Xiao Duo, and Sua Xiaonian. Among them, Sua Xiao Duo was the strongest. His actual combat strength was beyond imagination. After all, he was the man who killed 3 leaders in one battle. To say that his combat strength was comparable to that of a saint might be an exaggeration, but it was not unbelievable. As for the combat strength of a half-saint, this was a little awkward. Currently, there was only Li Chenglong, and he did not even have the combat strength of a demi-saint. However, there were many peak-stage grand heavenly immortals below them. If not for the entire team, there were also veteran experts like the Arch. For example, Yu Xingchen, Lei Changtian, and the others said that in a while, even if they could not become demi-saints, it would not be a problem for them to become half-saints. At that time, the overall strength of the human clan would definitely improve. Everyone felt that the human clan's current strength was enough to defeat the Wu people and defeat the demon clan. We are already the most powerful beings in the world, the masters of the ancestral land, and the protagonists of the world. Who else could be more powerful than us? Unifying the entire continent would only take a little bit of effort, but it would only take a little bit of effort. The problem was not much. Even the key issue had shifted to the 9 grand sorcerers of the No Alliance, Demon Emperor Dong Huang, and the Demon Empress were all close friends with the Zhuo family. They were even relatives. Not long ago, they were drinking at the same table and bonding with each other. But now, they had to think about a life and death battle in the future. This matter was easy to talk about but not pleasant to hear. Sua Changlu, Wu Yuding, Sua Xiao Duo, and the others felt that if they really had to face Flood and the Demon Emperor, they would not have the heart to kill them. They really could not bear to kill them. What was even easier to talk about but not pleasant to hear and most sorrowful of all was, in fact, the strongest expert in the world, Demon Ancestor Luo Ho, was being ignored by the 3 clans. Among the experts of the 3 clans, no one was a match for Demon Ancestor Luo Ho in a one-on-one battle. Whether it was the Demon Emperor with the He Tu and the Luo Shu, the arrogant Zhu Wu, Sua Xiao Duo, or Sua Xiaonian, none of them had the confidence to face Demon Ancestor Luo Ho and the God-slaying spear. Even with the 8 great gourds, the God-slaying spear replica, the Huang sword, the Tai Chi diagram, the cat spirit sword, and the 2 cat hammers, the quasi-saints were Xiao Duo with 15 innate divine weapons, he could only protect himself against Demon Ancestor Luo Ho. It was a joke to say that he could lose his life at any time. However, this number 1 expert who had dominated the world had been ignored. Was it easy to talk about but not pleasant to hear? Fortunately, they were discussing it in secret and did not announce it. Otherwise, if Demon Ancestor Luo Ho knew about it, he would most likely be furious. What a bully. What a belittling. What a condescending person. But it could not be helped. The conditions of the demon race were right there. The reason why the 3 races abandoned the demon race was the same. The demon race was a race supported by Demon Ancestor Luo Ho. The others were not a concern. Moreover, the demon race did not have the luck of being the ruler of the continent. How could they be qualified to compete for the ruler of the continent? They looked like that and their actions were so cruel. Even if the heavenly Tao was muddle-headed, it would not choose the demon race. This reason was so dignified that no one could refute it. The standard appearance and strength of the demon race were beyond doubt. Now, the 3 races had begun to send more troops to the front line. Each race was showing signs of pressuring the border, and more were accumulating. Everyone revealed the same mentality and emotions. I really don't want to fight with you. Look, how powerful is my side. If we fight, you will only be sacrificing your life in vain. Why bother? Take a look at my lineup and weigh the pros and cons. either retreat or surrender. Why should we harm our relationship? Although this kind of thinking was very childish and impractical. But it was undeniable. The Wu people were doing this now. The demon race was doing this now. The astral souls and the human race were doing this too. The three races were practicing super large-scale exercises, all kinds of drills, all kinds of military parades, and all kinds of muscles. Are you retreating or not? If you are not retreating, I will send more troops. I will practice again. I am super fierce, super ruthless, super powerful. Why can't you see the situation clearly? In fact, the higher-ups of the three races knew one thing very well. If this continued, the problem would not be solved at all. In the end, they would still have to fight. But no matter which side, no one was willing to make the first move. Under such circumstances, it was awkward. They froze. The other forces were either weak or did not dare to act rashly. For example, the Azura race. The Nether River Patriarch did not dare to show his face. If the Azura race dared to act rashly, the three races would definitely destroy them first. The demon race did not make any moves. They did not want to participate in the farce of the three races at all. It seemed that they had accepted their fate. However, everyone knew that Rahu, the demon ancestor, was not a person who would resign himself to fate. As long as the three races fought, it would be best if all three of them were injured. Then, when one side had paid a huge price to win, the demon ancestor would suddenly attack. That would be a joke. A big joke of sacrificing oneself for others and risking one's life to support the enemy. The demon race did not move. The spirit race became even more fearful. The spirit race had never possessed any high-level battle prowess. They were just a bunch of plants that had turned into spirits. Their talent was obvious. To be honest, their battle prowess was even inferior to the current Azura race. Yes, even the Azura race at the current stage could still defeat the spirit race. It was obvious how weak the spirit race's overall combat power was. In such an atmosphere of a world war, the entire spirit race had been in a state of fear for a long time. They were afraid that the spirit race would be in danger of being destroyed at any moment. Of course, it was not that the spirit race did not have any ambitious people. They said that there was a ray of hope in the heavens, and that the spirit race should rule the world. But as soon as these warmongers appeared, they were firmly suppressed. What time was it? What time was it? Rule the world. What the fuck was that? If they could not suppress it, they might as well get rid of it. This was not cowardice. It was just that after assessing the situation from all sides, the spirit race's current situation was not something that a bunch of radical idiots could have the final say in. If they caused any trouble, it would be a true disaster that could wipe out the entire spirit race. The only pity was that the current situation was not clear enough. If either side displayed absolute strength, the spirit race might just submit to them. During the witch demon cataclysm, the spirit race did this. At that time, they submitted to the demon race and considered themselves to be a lower race of the demon race. However, it had to be said that because of this decision, the spirit race managed to survive the witch demon cataclysm and reached the time when the other races separated their ancestral lands. Time seemed to pass peacefully under the stalemate between the shaman race and the demon race. Every day that passed, the hearts of the normal citizens would mysteriously calm down by a bit. As the days went by, the entire world seemed to have changed. The originally frequent natural disasters began to lessen. Gradually, the seas and rivers became clear, and the weather was good. Even the large waves that would occasionally cause huge waves in the sea also showed ripples, sparkling with golden light and very docile. And the peak of the 9 heavens that no one could see. Many of the cracks were being repaired bit by bit, slowly recovering. Like a piece of broken glass, it was slowly but surely recovering at an extremely small but unstoppable speed, bit by bit, becoming a complete piece. 3 months later, demon ancestor Rahu held the god-killing spear and was currently cultivating in a secret place. During this period of time, the demon ancestor did not feel good at all. His cultivation was the highest in this world, so his senses were naturally sharper than other cultivators. He felt more and more that the current state of the world was close to being fixed. Although it seemed to be a dangerous balance, if the danger did not explode, then wouldn't there only be balance left? Although demon ancestor Rahu was unwilling and unconvinced, he also knew that with the strength of the demon race alone, there was no way to reverse the situation. And the end that awaited the demon race was to be destroyed, forever in this world. Although it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape with his life, if he wanted to live a long life, the only way was to leave this world. Other than that, there was no other choice. Even if he was confident that no one in this world could defeat him, it was also a fact that he was not a match for any of the 3 races. As long as the other party attacked together. No matter which race it was, they all had the ability to slowly grind him to death. Because they had the power to kill the entire demon race. Furthermore, it was not difficult for the 3 races to do so. As long as the demon race was killed, the demon ancestor Rahu would be like water without roots, without the luck of his race. It would also be impossible for him to have an undying body like before. After confirming this understanding, demon ancestor Rahu was very unhappy. He wanted to go on a killing spree to vent his frustration, but he knew that now was not the time for him to be willful. Especially when he saw the shamans, demons, and humans acting coy with each other. Demon ancestor Rahu dared to swear that as long as he dared to make a move, what awaited him would be the encirclement of the 3 races. This was a certainty, without a doubt. I can only wait for the dust to settle and see if I can fight against the last remaining race, hoping for a fluke. Demon ancestor Rahu sighed in his heart. He had no choice but to entrust the survival of the demon race to the flimsy luck of the heavens. The clear heavenly tribulation this time was really fucked up. It basically made the demon ancestor lose his original transcendent standpoint. Originally, demon ancestor Rahu did not care about the life and death of the demon race. No matter what, it was impossible for a race to be completely destroyed. As long as there was a seed left, it would naturally be able to start a fire again. It was just a matter of time. Therefore, he could be very transcendent, looking down on everyone and everything. But it was different this time. Under the clear heavenly tribulation, there really was a race extermination. The dragon, phoenix, and Chilan races, the 3 great primordial god races, were really exterminated. This reality was already proof that after the clear heavenly tribulation, only one race could remain in this world. The other races would be wiped out and would never exist again. How could this be? Rahu also wanted to be like Tong Tian and the others, leaving with his race. But to be honest, demon ancestor Rahu was not a saint. Although his combat strength might surpass that of many saints, he was still not a saint in his bones. He just lacked the qualifications to transcend. As for the other saints who left, none of them were willing to take him with them. Who would be willing to take an enemy who could kill them with them? Would they be looking for trouble? Not to mention that demon ancestor Rahu's popularity had never been good. It should be said that Rahu never had the so-called popularity. He only had karma and hatred. Taking 10,000 steps back, demon ancestor Rahu had always thought highly of himself. No matter what, he could not bring himself to hide in someone else's heavenly abode magic treasure and leave. Being put into a pocket and taken away like a pet. Is that still me, demon ancestor Rahu? Who are you looking down on? Another reason was, even if Rahu could leave, he would definitely not take the current demon race with him. The reason was very simple, because even Rahu hated these things in the current demon race. These filthy, ugly monsters, inhumane things. What the hell are they? Although it should not be, this was demon ancestor Rahu's true opinion of the demon race. Too disgusting. How did these existences come about back then? Not only are they ugly, inhumane, but they also stink. What the hell, they stink. This was also the fundamental reason why demon ancestor Rahu, although he was the oldest ancestor of the demon race, had never lived in the demon race's territory for even a day. Now that things had come to this point, although he shouldn't have any sympathy for Rahu, but to be honest, the one who was the most conflicted, the most uncomfortable, the most unwilling, and the most aggrieved was none other than this super demon who had been invincible since the beginning of time. Because he clearly hated the demon race from the bottom of his heart, but he still risked his life for them. What the hell is this? Just as Shang Xian was in the midst of his cultivation, he suddenly felt something. Rahu furrowed his brows and looked up. He saw that the space in front of him suddenly rippled slightly. The feeling was like a pool of still water that had been calm for thousands of years suddenly being blown by an almost imperceptible breeze. Buzz! The god-slaying spear felt an inexplicable threat and immediately flew to the demon ancestor's side, its body still trembling slightly. It did not know who had come, but even the demon ancestor could not give the god-slaying spear a complete sense of security. Demon ancestor Rahu furrowed his brows. It's you. The ripples gradually expanded, and in just a moment, a young man with a distant smile slowly walked out from inside. The person who had come was handsome, and his movements were indescribably elegant and unrestrained. His movements naturally overflowed with endless charm. If there was a cultivator here, just by seeing his movements, he would probably immediately fall into an epiphany that it was really as if every movement of his was accompanied by the great Tao. Every word and action seemed to be mixed with the natural rotation of the starry sky and the universe. There seemed to be a galaxy in his eyes, and the universe in his hands. Although he was standing here, he gave people a subtle feeling that he was not here at all, or that he did not exist at all. But no matter whether he existed or not, this entire world was filled with him, and he was everywhere. This feeling was very mysterious, but also very real. It was real and not fake. The young man smiled faintly and looked at Rahu with his clear eyes. Fellow cultivator, long time no see. How have you been? Rahu sneered. I can eat, drink, and be free. I can do whatever I want. Of course, I'm fine. It's much better than you being torn apart. The young man smiled freely. This tribulation transcends the starry sky and the universe. If I can't do it, what else can I say? Rahu mocked. How does it feel to be a dead person for hundreds of thousands of years? The young man walked a few steps with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with emptiness and clarity. He looked around and said softly, "It's just a dream. That's all." Rahu rolled his eyes. It seems that this dream is very satisfying. Then continue. Don't worry, no one will snatch it from you. Those disciples of yours, no matter if they're accepted or just in name, are all gone. The young man smiled. Rahu, you weren't so sharp-tongued before. When Rahu heard this, he could not help but be stunned. Indeed, he was not like this before. But after coming out this time, even his habits of speaking seemed to have changed a lot. Who did he learn this from? It was impossible for the demon race. It was impossible for the demon race. It was impossible for the Wu people. Demon ancestor Rahu thought for a long time and was shocked to find that he had learned it from the human race. Is the human race's way of speaking so awesome? It can actually affect me without me knowing it. Whether he's sharp-tongued or reticent, there's no need for you, Tao Ancestor, to worry about it. Could it be that Tao Ancestor is only concerned about these minor details now? Luo Ho sneered. Although he was unwilling to admit that he had been affected by the human race, he had to admit that this way of speaking was indeed very satisfying. Especially satisfying. Especially when it came to this guy in front of him. Especially when his thoughts were clear. The young man's faint smile did not change. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and the demon ancestor's place of seclusion suddenly turned into green mountains and clear waters. Flowers bloomed like brocades, and green grass covered the ground. It was extremely elegant and quiet. In front of the two, a small lake appeared out of thin air. The lake water was long, and one could see the bottom at a glance. It was extremely clear. The demon ancestor's place of seclusion, which had nothing but desolation as far as the eye could see, suddenly turned into a paradise. The style just now was full of desolation. After a long time, it will inevitably breed hostility. It's really not a good place to talk. The young man said indifferently, "What do you think? Is the scenery now more pleasing than before?" Demon ancestor Rahu rolled his eyes. "I don't feel anything. Ever since I was born into this world, I have never had a graceful bone in my body." The young man smiled faintly. "If you had a graceful bone, you wouldn't be the demon ancestor." Rahu clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the sky, arrogant and speechless. A comfortable chair quietly appeared under the young man, and he sat down naturally. He said very comfortably, "Back then, before the chaos was formed, there were only two living beings in the endless chaos. One was you, and the other was me. One was good, and one was evil. They were the two extremes in the vast universe. I was good, and you were evil. Speaking of which, the two of us have a deep relationship." Bah! Demon ancestor Rahu spat in disgust. "Don't flatter yourself. I'm evil, and I've never been good. I admit that. However, when did you, Hongjun, claim to be the good of the heaven and earth? I'm also not your twin brother." "At this point," he said with disgust, "just tell me directly what you want from me. I don't have time to chat with you, and I'm not interested in anything related to you. Be straightforward." The young man said indifferently, "Do you really not know why I'm here?" Rahu said, "Of course I know why you're here. However, if you want me, Rahu, to bow and listen to you, that's impossible." The young man smiled. "Of course, I won't do such a tasteless thing. However, this is a special time, and it's very important. I believe you don't want to sit and wait for death, right?" Rahu said, "Are you willing to die slowly?" "I won't die. I'll only weaken and enter a long period of waiting." The young man spoke very slowly, but his words were very clear. "However, you're destined to die." Luo Hun didn't object to this. He pondered for a long time, then frowned and said, "This clear heavenly tribulation. What's going on? I still don't understand." The meaning was clear. "Explain it to me." "This clear heavenly tribulation doesn't belong to this world. That's why it's beyond the control of the heavenly Tao." The young man sighed a little worriedly. It's hard to say exactly when it started. Back then, the War of the Nine Races was destined to be a calamity for the common people. However, in the middle, that person suddenly appeared. Do you still remember? Yes. When that person appeared, the heavenly Tao was immediately obscured. After that, it even split the heavenly Tao. The young man smiled bitterly. And it was at that time that I lost all senses. It wasn't until recently that I woke up. It was also at that moment that I found out that this chaotic world had actually split before. Now, it's just reunited. As for the various things in this world, I only learned a thing or two from collecting materials in this world in these 2 days. Indeed, I don't know as much as you do. Rahu's mouth involuntarily opened wide. He really did not expect that there would be such a thing. Moreover, it would happen to the Tao ancestor, the real number one person in this world. You should know what that person's name is, the young man said. Rahu said, the demon continent was the first to be split apart. At that time, I don't know how, but I had already drifted out with the continent. At that time, I had never met this person, nor had I fought with him. How would I know his background? This person single-handedly caused the continent to split apart, and now caused the clear heavenly tribulation. He must have a great purpose. The young man sighed. Before, I always knew that you and I were the strongest in the starry sky universe, but now... With a bitter smile, he shook his head and said, now, half of the clear heavenly tribulation has passed, and the world is about to be united again. However, the clear heavenly tribulation indirectly caused the 6 saints to leave, causing the eldritch world to lose its foundation. From now on, the great Tao has no master. However, because the 6 saints left in advance, the eldritch world reunited as one. This gave me the opportunity to wake up a little earlier, and not be completely unable to deal with it. The clear heavenly tribulation caused 8 out of the 9 races to perish and 1 to survive. It either completely exterminated the 8 races, or completely expelled the 8 races. This is a heaven-defying act. This is because the 9 races were the source of the eldritch world's fortune, and the fulcrum of balance. 8 out of the 9 races are gone, and only 1 reigns supreme. This is equivalent to causing the 3,000 great Tao to return to nothingness. The gods and Buddhas in the sky no longer have any room to maintain, the heavenly Tao collapses, and the great Tao collapses. In other words, after the eldritch world is united, the heavenly Tao's monitoring of the world will no longer exist. And you and I will fall into eternal silence from then on. Perhaps I will wake up someday, but you will never wake up again. The young man smiled faintly. So, you only know that you don't want to join forces with me, but how can I like to join forces with you? However, the situation has forced us to work together to overcome this crisis of life and death. Luo Ho frowned and said, eternal silence. That's right, eternal silence. Luo Ho said doubtfully, one race only rules the world, but the eldritch world is still the eldritch world. How can the heavenly Tao be eternal silence? This is the truth. Because when that time comes, the heavenly Tao will only have a weak power to maintain the cycle of the world. Everything from the ancient times until now will gradually fall silent. Including the heavenly court, the underworld, the gods, and ghosts. The human world will no longer have any scruples, and humans will become the true eternal protagonists. I didn't expect this volume to have so many words. This chapter has 8,000 words. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.